All right, guys, what's up? Welcome back. I'm late. January 11th. Here we go. Jimmy's ripping. Bad day to be late. I was planning on starting to scale in. Uh, Up 5%. Don't want to chase it now. Wait for it to pull back a little bit. Might go along on it with some shares. Let's see. Oh yeah, good volume this morning. 1.5 million. All right, yeah. I almost did it in pre-market too. I didn't. I didn't know I was gonna be late. Even start. Oh yeah, I guess it did gap up this morning a little bit. Up 4% or something. No, wait, it wasn't up that much. Market is ripping. Um okay, let's see. So I just got some shares. It's freaking high. I'm gonna wait to get more. I think this is probably right at the resistance. I was calling this out in the video yesterday. It's kind of 19. Yeah, just right back up here. My analysis did somewhat change though. 'Cause remember I said I was waiting for certain criteria I'm waiting for and we haven't hit it yet. Does this have engulfing on here? Doesn't. Um I don't see BB. Oh, BBY 22%. Okay. So I'm wondering if GME is just going to do a melt up and it's been open 10 minutes. No, 20 minutes. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Okay. Okay. I haven't even set this thing up yet. What's up, Xander? What's up, Donero? 1775 to 1820. The spread's staying pretty wide. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Um, it just looks like it's consolidated before it wants to go further, but this is basically at that line that I thought it might bounce to. Yeah, that next line. I'm gonna go over what I'm thinking on it. Gotta get this share the stream. 11 cent? I'm not even watching it. Yeah. Whoa. There's 20 cents there almost. 1880 to almost 19. That's pretty unusual, isn't it? For this kind of price action. Okay. I'm caught up. Very unusual for this volume. Oh, more the volume than the price action. Hmm. What is this? Is from? Oh yeah, that's end of day. Um. We're half of yesterday volume. I know. The volume this morning is sick. Yeah, we've got 1.7 million. We still have 30 minutes left in this hour. Even this hourly candle is engulfing all the other ones, or this hourly volume bar. But yeah, it's kind of hitting that spot again. So glad I'm scaling and just FOMO in right there. Everything. I'll wait a bit. But okay, so my BBY, yeah, it looks good. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it, man. Good Jillian. I think BBY looks very nice. Past my past my 2-4. It did that pre-market. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. That the gamma squeeze potential, I think, on BBY is much greater than GME. But I mean, that could change as people start piling into GME. It's a pretty big gap there. We'll see. We'll see if BBBY has the same sort of day as it did last 2 days. Last 2 days was gap up and basically just holding that level. So if it comes back down, retest this 2-2. That's not a problem to me. But it might not even come down that low. Look at that. I mean, it's already past the highs back here. It's already back in the range. And now the momentum's in the right direction to keep on with the ups. Where the bunny gets it. Okay. Yeah, so I was bullish on SPY. I don't know. Got to shake yesterday and just start today fresh. That sometimes is tough. So GME doesn't look like it wants to come down at all. VWAP is so high up there. Look it up, 5%. Yeah, look at VWAP way up here. Holy crap. So I can get customer service chat on TD only on their app. I knew this was gonna happen too. I was like, when I sold, I'm like, I'm probably gonna be buying back in just as high, if not higher. Here we are, right back to where basically I sold, or no, maybe even a little higher. But it's fine. I mean, because you don't know how low it's gonna go. And if this price action all started happening at 11, I'd be back in at 13 or 14. But I don't know if I should be convinced on this move yet or not. What's your take, Donro, on why we're getting widespread big volume? Gains begin. Shut up! Don't talk to me about RKT. 40 to 1. That's ridiculous. I don't know much about that chart. That looks like maybe a head and shoulders is forming. We'll see if it breaks up here, maybe. I don't know what's the catalyst for that thing. Higher interest rates? Is that good? SPY's coming down here, so let's see. Let me put on some levels. If it breaks there, might be a good short even. Or long. Trade the trend. Trade the range. I'll leave those levels there. Chill on that. G is pretty flat. They're suppressed for their books. Interesting. Now that just all the internalization is coming out, mixed with some FOMO. Yeah, I see Carvana on my list here. Certainly is. Yeah, all the squeezy stocks, man. How long will it last, though? CP Live, I feel like could crush it. Even Birds is up. Okay, let me do a Oh, Jimmy's breaking that level. Well, it's way overbought. Yeah, after I did the video yesterday, I looked at it and I was looking at it more. And just going along with Jimmy moving just so different after the split for whatever reason, and looking at price action and the chart and patterns. I've been waiting for this kind of big down red moves and volume increasing to signify some kind of bottom, which has been pretty consistent in the past. I guess here it wasn't. Well, no, yeah, still kind of big down red days and big volume. There's a big volume right there. Wasn't, I guess, much on that run. This was more of a melt up, so maybe it's something more like this. But yeah, so basically after the split, the only really bottoms we have to look at are this one, which was the volume didn't change and just started melting up. And really the big volume is when you would have wanted to sell or close, because that was the day that it stopped. That was the peak when all the volume came in. So yeah, and then the next example is right here. So this kind of did start gapping down, making big moves down. But this wasn't really a bottom, this was just a bounce. Yeah, I guess this kind of was more historical, how it just increased volume, then increased the downs, and then it bounced. But that just put us in that channel. So then this was the other one I was looking at. And this one was just kind of a melt up again. Low volume, kind of melted up. Broke that resistance with a little bit more volume, but then on the big volume day is actually when you wanted to sell. So potentially this bottom will look the same. I mean, this is an engulfing candle, which is bullish for sure. And it is on increased volume. So this volume is increasing the last 3 days. Yesterday was more than the day before, and today I think will be more than yesterday. So, but we don't also usually have just a V. Usually get a retest or some sort of something like this, a bounce, consolidation, rip. This is, you know, this was, look at this. This was way down here. So big gap down, and then that was actually earnings. That makes sense. That was more for earnings. So might have a bounce out and then maybe some chop before another rally. So I'm still kind of thinking it'll probably come at least down a bit. We've seen lower lows before tested before a rally on a longer time frame, like right here. Otherwise, we've seen higher lows like here and here. So I'm gonna be slow. I did get some shares. I'm gonna be slow. try and be slow. Do my best. BBY almost 30%. 20 strikes major exposure. I haven't even looked at the options chain. Yeah, no, that I mean that theory makes sense, I guess. We didn't. Did we see that? Now I have a. Now I have. Okay, I broke that resistance that I had, that line drawn. So that line was basically just the lows from back here. The very bottom of these lows. It has a little bit of wiggle room because the bodies were higher, but that was 1940. Would have been a good buy on SPY there. This is such mellow price action for GME though. It's funny. Yeah, BBY 30%. Yeah, it's right in that, right at that resistance at 2740. Probably that $3 would be next. Jeez, this is crazy. Right at 3. Yeah. Sold his home. I ran out of homes to sell, so I gotta start being smart. Yeah, MACD turned bullish on GME. Had that engulfing candle yesterday. I mean, compounding. Yeah, it's no, that's legitimate. Yeah, they call it whatever you want to call it. They have obligations, and if the chart doesn't show it, then they're kicking the can, deferring OPEX, however you want to say it, whatever technicality is going on. They've got to reduce exposure or risk or rollover positions at some point. So that's the theory, and that's what we've thought. But when it stretches out a long period of time, longer than we've seen, then you start to have doubts. And that's why I've said, for me, even like every day goes by that we don't see some unusual, strange price action from GME, which is what keeps me in it, because it makes me know that it's something different. Every day that goes by without that, it's like, yeah, increases doubts. So compounding OPEX is, yeah, maybe, I don't know. If we get up to 50 or 55, then I'll say, yeah, not only are we getting a run, an OPEX run, we're getting multiple at once, and it'll probably be combined with a lot of FOMO and a gamma squeeze. The increased to make their books look good before the new year. I like that theory. I'm trying to. Yeah, I guess a similar. That's true. That's kind of what happened last year. I was gonna look at last year, and that's literally from November until January. I mean, even into January. So why was all this? What was all this for? Why did it keep coming down here? Because this is January right here. I don't know, but yeah, I mean that you could kind of look at that price action and say a similar thing. Looking nice. 33% on BBY. 2.7 broke that resistance. 2.8. Oh my gosh. So I can either have them remove this restriction on my account. It's a one-time thing, like you only can do it once in your account, or I can wait till my account's back to 25k. So I need 4 more K from BBY. Maybe I'll just wait. I'm talking to the chat guy right now. I'll just tell him I'll check it in an hour and see if see if I still need to do it. All right, GME almost to 20 now. So it broke that resistance. I don't know. That means I should start FOMOing, or this will come back down. It's definitely good volume. Not insane, but it's pretty significant. Doesn't look out of control yet at all. But it probably won't until we're at higher levels, honestly. You know, like above 30, like what that dude said, honestly. Like that's, you know, that's when it starts to get wild. So could have a long run up of just more mellowness. It's interesting. These don't look like they're going together either. GME and BBY, like they're both up, but they don't. It doesn't look like one is pulling the other. Or... I think I just got position closing only because my account dropped out of under 25k, and then it's an EM restriction, I think. Got under 25k, and then I accidentally day traded that stupid box D covered call. So it was basically like, I think it's just like good faith violation, but they didn't call it that, and I guess I only get 1 on TD. I'm not sure. Didn't happen last year. A bit, but we had a big drop after January on GME still. Time to FOMO. I like my FOMO to be methodical, and I like to have a ceremony, I like to light candles and really get into the emotions of FOMO. It's a special thing. It's sacred, you know, you gotta take care of it. Pair with XRT. Yeah, we can check out XRT. Is it squeezing also? Yeah, it is. I mean, makes sense. Like SRT has a move up to 66, so it has a little room to go. I would probably put SPY. I mean, they're not moving together necessarily, but that put SPY at that 400 level, which we very well could be going to. I'll probably take a long. I'll retest down here again. Need to get my futures account back little by little, or just all at once would be great. No, I do have margin. I don't know. Maybe it's like a different level of margin. Yeah, that's what's weird. That's what I didn't get. No, I just have like yeah, it's a different level of margin. I've never bought margin on my TD account. Bought with margin, I don't think. No. Well, no. Well, I haven't because I can never get margin on GME anyways. It's 100% requirement. So no, it is a margin account though. Yeah, because it says these are held in margin. So I don't. I know it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'll probably just have him remove it because if GME starts to go and I need to really FOMO, I can't wait for BBY. BBY will probably have to get to like $4 or $5 before my account goes to 25 there. We'll try not to be an idiot again. No, no, no. Oh, they closed the chat. Okay. GME's kind of rejecting that 20. BBY still looking solid. Yeah. This is kind of a resistance even too on BBY. 28 or 2.8. Overnight process? What the heck? I'm not going to do it if it's an overnight process. By overnight, I'll be back to 25. Forget that. That'll keep at least some of my cash unavailable to me, so I can't FOMO. That's good. Like that. Off exchange is 56%. No, I think that's good, Brad. Yeah, you can always buy him back in. Always buy back in. You can always do that. This range is tight on SPY. I should maybe wait. It might fill this gap even. What? I have a long contract. What did I do? My accidental trades with futures have been very successful. um I wanted to do this last night. I was just scared. I wanted to close my short and open a long, and it looks like I did. What the heck? I don't know. Maybe I did it in my sleep. I woke up and my inner amazing trader made me do it in my sleep. Well, thank you, God. I can be the most awful trader and then great. Totally out of my control. Might as well just kick back today. You can always bet again. Yes, Donoro's reminded me of that for years, maybe now. And it took a long time for me to figure that out. Because I never took profits. I'm like, wait, can I actually buy back in? And you can. You can actually do that. Well, I'm good on ES now. I'll leave it. Dang, BBY. Into that 3. So broke that resistance. Now up here, 2966 or 3, probably more or less. Holy crap. Oh, your soft hands, okay. What do Google account settings change? What am I changing? I can't believe I have a long ES. I can't. That is like honestly that's a blessing. A miraculous blessing. I can't believe how high VWAP is on GME. This is crazy. The genius subconscious sleepwalking trader. Oh, not me. Oh man. Well, that's literally exactly what I wanted to do. When did this thing even fill? I must have just done 2. When I closed one, I just bought another one. 230. 704. It says bought to cover though. Why is that bought to cover? If I was opening a position, why would it be bought to cover? That doesn't make any sense. Right? So here's my history on my futures from yesterday. This is me closing my short, 7 o'clock, bought to cover. And then here's the order that I think opened up a new position, but I don't know why it says bought to cover. So I did this on accident a couple times just because of lag and me learning how futures, like just the way it trades on this platform. But I don't think that's what happened here. Let's see, 3943.75. I'm wondering if it was an order I had, a stop limit or something that I didn't cancel, and so it triggered it triggered. But why would it be called bought to cover? We're following AMC. Yeah. AMC 15%. Look at that outpace. Who was that guy in here? He said, oh, we think of AMC. I'm like, oh, it looks awful. Of course it's going to come out of nowhere. Because it's following GME. Or we're following it, whatever. But that looked like a perfect bear flag. Oh, Softhands, you're talking about regarding your DD note. You mentioned this as well in the summer that waiting for all your normal indicators was less reliable, and sometimes you need to jump in at the spot BBY. Yeah, I don't. I've said it about GME before too. Um, uh, I think more to come, but this is a good time to take profits because it looks like it's consolidating. The best time to sell options is in the morning. Um, as a rule, there's exceptions for sure, but as a rule, the best time is in the first hour or two. But it depends on your plan, your position, your finances, your, so many different things. what your play is. But yeah, you could sell now and buy back in an hour or two or three or wait till tomorrow. It just depends on what the price action is and if that's how you're going to trade it. But yeah, if you're up, profit's good and you can always buy back in. Yeah, BBY is on its own, which is awesome. So my short puts are liking this for sure. Let's see, they're up 1100. I guess they're moving the same as my BBY shares, but they're not. They should be, I would assume, because they're both in the money. That doesn't make sense, does it? So if I have, right, because as the price moves up, my in the money short puts also, they should move up the same as shares would, since it's in the money, since it's an 8 put, right? But then on this account, I have the shares, and they're up more, but it's still under my. I'm confused now. So there's just consolidation now here on GME at VWAP, which is bullish, but not to say calls, especially short dated and even more so out of the money, not to say that those won't lose value with consolidation, because they do. In the money or very close to the money and longer dated, you're going to see less time decay intraday like this. Oh, did you make any money on it? On Bior? Yeah, no, that's a good strategy. I mean, scaling in and out is always great and helps reduce well, it gives you a good average on the inside and the outside coming in and out. Look at that, just flat SPY. As well as yeah, for FOMO it's good. I'm gonna say average. Oh, it reduces, in a sense, it's like reducing your you trying to time the market, which I think the more you can reduce, you're trying to specifically time the market, the better. So with either trading less often or yeah, scaling in is one way and scaling out, because you're actually selling and buying more, but since it's over a period of time, it's not, it's an average amount of time, right? The UI is just right under that 3. This is a pretty big level, actually. Very big. This is crazy. It's a huge move on BBY. 45%. There's 3. Boom. Oh, wow. I mean, what's next? We were looking at levels back from like 1994. So I don't know if we should use these levels or the 90s. Let's do here, maybe. Can't believe I was late this morning. I knew today was gonna be crazy. I forgot. Uh, yeah, 3:30. I'd say. Me just consolidating, very, very strong. 1940 for support. I guess I'm already long. I don't even have to look at SPY. I don't. I think I just want to hold that contract. Well, CP line in the morning though. Woo! I need to close this contract today. I think we could fill this gap today though. I was bullish. Once we broke from yesterday, it sucked, yeah. This thing never just came back down. But yeah, the way yesterday ended especially, because then it also made engulfing. I was like, oh man. I can't believe I opened one. That is such a gift. Alright. Well, it's going up. I'll just leave it alone. BBBY 3130, 33.3 I think is next. 333. Oh, nice, Don. Ivy Crush. If you're out of the money, if they're short dated, if you bought already at a premium, if you're in the money and you've got time and you didn't buy into high IV, might not be bad. What is, because IV was low, we were in the 80%. Oh shoot. On the weeklies near the money, that's about as low as it gets. That's right, I forgot that was my trigger. Where's Moon Pirate? I was just gonna play the IV. Totally forgot to do that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. There will be crush. 200%. When IV got down into the 80s, I was gonna go long. That's okay. I wasn't planning on playing options anyways. Necessarily. We'll see though. I think on a settle, and if we get a retest, I'd have to divulge a little bit. Are you in a party, man? That's awesome if you are. 11%. It's a pretty big take profit candle there. It holds this support. I think it could keep going. Kind of right where it's at. If it starts to break down, yeah, I don't know if it's gonna keep partying or not. That's a pretty big red candle with volume. I think BBBY is just taking its steam now. The profits from here are probably going into here. Yeah, I'd like to see it hold somewhere around here. It looks like it's kind of bouncing now, but you could always scale. Scaling is good. Dude, 50%. Yes. BBBY is getting the party. Up is up 10%. Atta girl. Look at this. We're getting a nice risk on move last couple days. That's all this looks like. See if this thing can get back up to 1.8. Not the options chain's not really helping. Okay, Jimmy breaking VWAP potentially. Next level on here, maybe 1850. Looks strong. Haven't had any halts yet. So probably has more in it. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Nice level volume. Yeah. Yeah, big volume in there. I kind of imagined a bounce back to kind of the median on GME. Well, I imagined that once we got to 19. So now that we broke 19, I thought a bounce back to kind of that 19 as resistance and see if it kind of does one more double bottom before it rallies. But when we were at 19, I figured we'd probably bounce back up to that like 22. But I think 25 is kind of the median over the past however long. BBY continuing. Oh, it's getting up there. So yeah, those are totally detached, huh? Look at that thing. Yeah, that's true. AMC and GME are closer. 60% almost on BBY. Sold the cover cost base yesterday as well. There you go, Donovan with the party update. I heard HKD, the insiders, the lockup period, I heard they're not going to sell till 2024. So I don't know if that was part of the reason that it was kept rallying yesterday. All right, there's a line. There's I think a big resistance I have on BBBY. Was it 5 minute? No, this isn't too big. This will be a pretty big level. Is 3.35. Pretty much all the major half dollar, whole dollar. That's what it looks like. This thing hasn't cooled off though at all. RSI on the daily is still just, it's in the middle. That is neat. I don't think so, TJ. I don't think it's as simple as it's rallying on news, because there's not really news, honestly. That's I think this is just market mechanics of short positions and exposure and risk and margin and all that we're just seeing play out. We saw it play out to the downside for months since here, and now we're just seeing it reduce the downside exposure and play out to the upside some. You combine that maybe with some push from the options chain, probably at this list level. So we're kind of getting into somewhat of a gamma squeeze, I would think. And if it gets out of control, which it could, we'll see. I mean, this 4.5 level doesn't seem that far now. So I mean, you start looking crazy. $12, $12.50. But I mean, that's a long ways off at this point. We'll see. We'll see if it gets up to that 4.5. But the option chain is loaded on it for sure. Shoot me back to Max Payne. Potentially, yeah. Is it still 17? It's only Wednesday though. I would probably take profits on some stuff at this point. Now it's broken VWAP. CPI tomorrow could definitely have a pull on the overall market, and Jimmy might move with that, I'm imagining. If that's this time. Yeah, breaking through that 3. There. Just on the weeklies. Holy crap, yeah, you've got almost 5,000 5,000 open calls. 3,700 of them traded today. Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, this is how GME happened. That's just a ton of volume. All that traded. We need to stretch out though, not just weeklies. We need like the next couple weeks to really keep it going. 18,000 on the 4 strike. That'd be a big level. Huh. $5. See, yeah, all the dollar. That's why it moves. It kind of gravitates to those as resistance also. Market maker breaks that. Bunch of hedging into here. Comes up to here. Resistance breaks that. Market maker hedging. On and on and on. And as people close in the money ones and buy further out of the money ones, they keep piling up on that snowball. Keeps getting bigger and bigger. So it looks like 16 days out, it kind of dies off as far as open interest. There's still a lot, but not like the next 2 weeks. Wait, is that? Yeah. So, I mean, 55,000 at $10. It starts to get up there. 26,000 at 20. I mean, there's some gaps to fill in there though. I think we need a lot of open interest building up to that, so the hedging continues as it climbs. So rejecting that level a bit there on Bath, but it needs to cool off for a bit. That's crazy. Full pour and BY. It's a bit of a chase at this point, but I say that and then maybe it'll go to 20. You can wait for it to consolidate. Buying into strong strength like that is always more risky. Probably this 3 level. If it holds that could be a good buy. Once it's boring, buying when it's boring is usually pretty safe if you have conviction on it. Been pretty exciting this morning so far. That's true, no alts. Good point. Nice. Nice. Sold some calls. It's like nat gas is going to come down. This thing has just not caught a break. It's like no room left on the downside, it seems like, but then it just somehow keeps going down. VWAP's pretty high on Bath also. So there's that $3 level. Probably come down and test that VWAP at least. GME is holding up this level from the pull flag this morning. Yeah, you could do some puts here if it is just going to do kind of a bounce, consolidate, and then retest. But you might have some consolidation before it actually comes back. Well, the way you play it, I guess, doesn't matter. You go pretty quick on those. I did pretty well on this drop from here to here on my puts. They were basically at the money and had like 3 weeks of time. That helps so much with options, just actually getting good options. Not trying to go for the discount. The discount bin with options is very helpful when you're going long. No, yeah, I don't think it's the end of the run on GME. You see people taking profits. That's just because options have theta decay and IV's pumped, so it starts to slow down a little bit. They take profits and then they go back in once it's settled down. I don't think anybody thinks this is over. That said, I think we could have some consolidation before just ups. Like just a straight up V would be pretty interesting When have we seen that? Ever? We've not really ever seen that. See, like, we've seen this, and this would be my concern. Where it's a big bounce, big rally, but then we're actually making new lows. And we've seen the bounce, but then a retest. We've seen this. Yes, we've seen this more than once. But again, this is post split GME, so maybe it's different. Or it's something like this. Path, just nice little consolidation up here. But yeah, we've got bullish MACD, we've got an engulfing candle. Volume's increasing. There's everything you want to see for a rally. How high it goes on this specific one, that could have been it right there as far as short date options. Yeah, because honestly, CPI tomorrow also. Yeah, you can go to further dated. March is nice. I like time. No, but even if it hasn't satisfied their obligations, doesn't mean they can't cool it off and still short it some and then get back into it. I think. I mean, just based on price action. I'm not sure the mechanics of why it's happening that way, but you know, even like, so here, say if we're not here and we're here, we have huge rip, 2-day rip, and then just big candles, but still consolidating. So they were probably releasing some steam through here too, or could be, right? Because this is big candles, big ups. Those were some big days actually. That's where the candle. Yeah, BBBY's IV is insane. So I was gonna sell calls on it. That's what I was gonna do. Oh, I should have taken the short on natural gas. That's why I wanted to get my account back on. I forgot it was to sell calls in BBY. It wasn't to buy shares of GME. The FOMO brain took over. I was like, no, I don't want to sell calls. I want to buy shares. So it depends on your goals. Depend point out during BY. I think that's complete. What's the whole thing about BBY missing a 10Q? Did they not release a 10Q with their earnings? And if they didn't, does that mean a merger is more likely? I don't understand what you're saying there, Soft. Yeah, absolutely. Boardman cover call. I love those. Yeah, you can leg in and out of that short. You've got your long call and it's up whatever 100%. You see it slowing down, sell another one. Yeah, out of the money. At the money, whatever. Catch this theta crush and then buy it back, you know, when it's up 20-30%. Keep legging in and out of that short and just keeping your long the whole time. That's definitely a good way to do it, especially if your calls are in the money and you have time on them. But with those, if you're trying to like in and out, you're trying to time the market more. You know, you're relying on your timing of the market more. So that's where you've got to be careful. You could always just leg in and not try and leg out and just accept the spread. So then you kind of could, you know, everything's gonna go up to $5 or whatever, sell the 5 calls and then just sit on it and not do anything. Or if you think the run's over, then you could just sell it both, sell the spread. That's a lesson I've had to learn too. I got like dust in my throat. Evergrande flights US due to computer outage? What? I haven't even looked at any news. Oh yeah, sure enough. Resuming at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It looks like it's resumed at other airports. Um, Looks like they were trying to turn it back on or open the airports back up. Ready? Oh, yeah. Jimmy's the one to hold that support, maybe. If we get another rip, it'll probably be a little bit before that, but just consolidation at this high level is pretty bullish. Same with Bath. Apparently due to prior to market open. They submitted confidential 10Q? Like a non-public 10Q? Yeah, you don't need to go in and out. You could just sell it and just stick with it and be content. You know, you're capping your profits on it, but that's if they're profits, profits are profits, so that's good. And that in that way you're not FOMOing because you still have exposure. So if say if you had a three call, but you think it's gonna go to 4.2, you know, I don't know if there's a 4.5, you can sell a 4.5 strike. And that gives you tons of upside. You know, that's a big spread between 3 and 4.5. But, you know, you have to be happy if it goes to $12 that with that position. Or just do it with some. You don't have to do it with all of them. Just sell cover calls, have some short calls on some of them, and then leave some just long. You could get your cost basis back on the calls and the long calls with some shorts. So if you spend $100 on long calls, sell $100 worth of short calls, and you should still have at least some position that's just naked longs. But yeah, then you have to time it on when to sell those. I just talk something out of you. Okay. Jimmy's option chain. Yeah, I mean that's true. The monthlies for January, because those have been open for a long time. Uh, this yeah. Oh, January 20th. The 13th. Yeah, on the monthlies. Compared to Bath, that's pretty weak. But yeah, I mean that can climb. I don't know what. Let's see the volume. So it looks like there's gotten a lot of interest on the 20s, which is good. It's coming in. Weeklies on GME, that's a lot. The 20. Oh, oh, that's the call. So okay, so here's a good. Here's the call. The value of the call. Is GME doing that too? Yeah. So there you go. There's a nice comparison for you. I forgot Webull. You could actually do this. I do this on E-Trade, but so look, this price action is nice on the stock, holding up nice. It's at a support. Consolidating is very good, very bullish. It's kind of a head and shoulders, but we'll see. Um, but look at the call. Look at the range. I mean, I guess it is coming back to the same level, but a much bigger range to the upside and downside. So as this thing trades flat, this is going to keep coming down. So we haven't broken that resistance from, was that Friday? We break that on SPY, that definitely could add some momentum to everything. and might even fill some of this gap or the whole thing today. Ooh, we even have Sava. Sava run up today. Bath is just relentless. Oh, 200 strikes? Yeah, that's a good idea. Paper trade it. See how it plays out. We're looking at way out the money. Yeah, I saw the crazy. Yeah, 169,000. When were these open though? And notationally, that's hardly any money. Or at least what it is now. I don't know what they've spent on it when they bought it, but because these are only a penny, so that's hardly any money. It is a stupid amount of open interest, but or yeah, you're just talking about 200. Yeah, I mean these are all either hedges or something with margin, or you know what I mean. These up here, all these way to the money, because we're so far from that there's no hedging from the market maker or anything up there. I mean the delta, like, so look, where's our delta? Okay, so this isn't even like one share. Yeah, one share of hedging starts here, I believe. 0.01, that'd be one share. Is that, wait, that's 50 shares. 20 shares, 10 shares. Yeah, yeah, so that's one share of hedging, which is nothing. Ends at 77 and a half. So, okay, 10 shares. That's 29. So that far out of the money, I don't, doesn't mean a whole lot to me. And since those were January's, those could have been opened a year or two ago. 30-minute candle. It's not closed yet. Easy, Don. You've got like 6 minutes on it. See? Look. Stop looking at 30-minute. That'll help. Yeah, this isn't engulfing to the red, but it's close. I mean, I think some people say engulfing if it's just even including the wicks. I like to just look at the bodies for that. But yeah. Deep out the money. Shortly after January 2021. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean they didn't have those strikes until, I mean, Gmail was getting super squeezy, of course. From 21 to 22 and now to 23. You're talking about deep out of the money puts though. Duomps are puts. Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, I wonder what wonder what they cost when they opened them compared to now them being worthless. Married options. Not rolling to next year. I don't know. Private companies don't file 10Qs. BBBY is not private though. Um, all right, Jimmy's breaking that support there. I might do some puts here. Ivy's high though. I hate that. Do a little Donro put scalp. I'll chill. I'm just wondering about BBY. I don't think it's over. But now it's getting to the point, it's high enough to where it's like it's getting close to where I could now start considering closing out of I think some of my position. Because on Fidelity it tells me my cost basis is $4. So with those one that got exercised. So I'm imagining that's what the rest of my short puts are. All right, SPY's filling the gap. Hope I didn't miss a good exit for the contract. Holy crap, that's crazy, the range. All right, I mean, definitely missed a good exit. I don't know if so we broke the low on day on SPY. Looking at the ES to see my cost basis on this future. Probably should have exited on that double top. So I could just kind of gamble it and hold the contract with a stop at break even through CPLI in case the first move is up. Try and go for a quick close. The private, I don't even. Thankfully, I'm too stupid to even understand the opium. So to me, I don't know if it's good or bad. What people say, I'm like, all right, cool. That's good. Oh, okay. Oh, BBY looks like it's hitting VWAP now. Market has come down. Let's see. I guess the levels. This would be a level. Off level maybe. And then of course yesterday's high. We have that in there. All right, I'm gonna just so I don't forget. I am gonna put a stop limit on this thing. I don't want to. I don't want to go negative on another one. Maybe I should have closed it. Maybe not. I don't know. It was too exciting. The basket got me too hyped. Yeah, Jamie broke VWAP. I mean, yeah, Max Payne is still 17, so that is still a possibility. Especially with CPLI. Move might be over for this week because it's Wednesday. Got CPLI tomorrow and might be pretty mellow now. Jimmy hit up at that resistance right at 20. A little higher than I was even expecting. Yeah. Glad I didn't get calls late. I did get some shares, and I might even close them. I can sit on them. It's a pretty good cost. BBY's borrow rate keeps going up. BMX data farming is all I can see. Yeah, that's good, man. That's a gift. I just want the IV to come down. Get some puts maybe on GME. I'm gonna do it. Let me get some puts. There, I just triggered it to keep going. I just got weeklies. Well, I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm gonna have to sell those. What was I thinking? Yeah, I'm gonna sell those on a good spike to the downside. Yeah, 2 days. I wasn't even thinking of the date. Yeah, I think it's done for now. Maybe this week. It'll be done for this week, honestly. But I don't think it's done. Like I've been saying, I think we could be in sort of this range. So bounce, consolidation, and then ups, like maybe a retest of the low even. But price action has been different since the split, so hard to know. Just kind of gotta follow TA. Engulfing candle yesterday, increasing volume today, broke some supports, rejecting, needs to kind of cool off now. So I think the rest of the day and maybe the rest of the week could cool off, but yeah. What seems good is the timing on this, actually, if you think about it. Because we are to be running this early in the month. We've already started the run, and even if it chills for the rest of the week, that puts us into next week, which is OPEX at the end of that week. So if we have a nice rally into OPEX, those have been our big long sustained runs when we rally into OPEX. So if we have a rally next week, rally into OPEX, lots of hedging, and then you should have at least one more week after that then. So yeah, the timing on when we're starting this, I think, is pretty bullish. The fact that it's not starting right here at OPEX or just after OPEX, which those are good. Those are, I think, historically more often you get the Tuesday after OPEX, during the SLD or whatever. But the few times we've had them into OPEX, they've been longer runs. I think this big one from 19, actually, I think this was into OPEX. Let's see, yeah, 14. Yeah, so this one right here was into OPEX. And that was a big run that we had. This is when Ryan Cohen bought into, I think. This one was after OPEX. This was that T plus 2. And then the split kind of moved things around. This was after OPEX, so after OPEX. See, a lot of these are after OPEX. This one I think was, yeah, this one was into OPEX too. So this is another big long one, long and sustained. And we started the rally. Literally, look, the bottom was on the 11th on here, May, and then it just pushed pressure into OPEX, and then T plus 2 after OPEX, so then it just keeps going. So this could be a longer sustained rally. So don't have to go all in crazy right now. Like, hopefully it's more than just one day and you didn't just miss out on everything. I'm not assuming that, so you just be patient. Be patient with it for sure. SPY bounced there. Excuse me. I don't know if the low is in for today though. It seems like it'll probably come lower before it revisits maybe the highs. BBY holding up a little better than Jamie at this point. Yeah, so I'm gonna exit. I might even put an order to exit these puts. Just give me like 20% or something. That was stupid. I don't know what I was thinking, getting weeklies on a Wednesday. This thing just wants to consolidate. Got volume there though. Volume spike and some green. All that being said, I mean, this afternoon, Jamie could be at 25. Like, it could just keep going crazy. Wouldn't have been the first time. You have a rip in the morning, consolidation, and then does another like 20-30% after 2. But I think I'm just gonna get out of these. I get my cost back. I don't like weeklies for that. Oh shoot, I think the futures account had to bring money over. So I think this account maybe dropped out of 25K too. I don't know if I can even day trade on it anymore. Let's see. Okay, I can. I'm just looking at the chart on the 18 puts to see this morning what they were even at. 78 cents was the high this morning on these puts. Or no, I'm sorry. 90 cents. So could easily get back to that. But they're weeklies, so the IV is going to be bad. I'll put a 80 cent sell order on these. BBY moving up again. Bounced off of VWAP. What the heck? I mean, SPY did too. Moving back up to VWAP. Look it up on the up and up 12%. I still like Altera's chart. What about Mara, Riot? Yeah, this might be a good day to enter these, honestly. I guess maybe now just waiting for CP lies. Most prudent. Things start moving yesterday. Avia. No, this started today. Carvana could definitely get squeezy too. This one was talking about bankruptcy, wasn't it? Just really negative news. Yeah, Bath is really holding up nice. Jimmy, not too bad, really. SPY moved back up to VWAP. See, that's not even on like a level that I have. That's just kind of, yeah. Just out of nowhere, rallying back up. Let's go. Let's fill this gap today. SPY. Get a nice bullish price in for CP Live before it's awful. CPI influences runaway train bankrupt stocks that Rooney. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what we'll find out, I guess. I think the initial, see, it comes out what at 8:30. I think the initial reaction pre-market will definitely see them all move together with the market. Once it opens up, if the market's not super volatile one way or the other, and it's kind of chill, I think they could go on their own to the upside. If the market is the market's really dumping and they were already weak, I think that momentum could definitely pull them down. At least subdue the rally some. Kind of like when we see the market coming down and they're coming down with it, but then there's just a little bounce and it rips. So where they're outpacing it upside, but anytime when any of the candles the market's coming down on, it's slowed or coming down a little bit, and then just a little bit of a bounce and they kind of rip. Those are pretty fun days. Buys moving back up to that resistance. Oh, AMV. So now it seems like GME and BBY are actually getting some momentum from the market. Wouldn't be my take on it. The morning volatility is kind of over. It was coming down, settling, and then the market was also coming down, and it was coming down with that. And now it's not the same kind of volume and price action we had this morning. So now it looks more like it's kind of tied in with the SPY or the rest of the market more or less. We can look at XRT and Russell and yeah, similar to XRT. Wait, what is the IWM? Yeah, so looks like it'll probably just move with that for now. Maybe this afternoon at 2, more obligations will have to be met and then we'll rally it again. But we're into some theta farming for now, it looks like. Premium crushing. I believe I got weeklies. So Next paint 17 this week. 8. Roll cash secured put. Oh, yeah, sure. Catching up on all your discords. Oh jeez, the circle is round. You sold your shares. Joel sold your bath shares. FOMO back in yet? Wells Fargo is significantly shrinking its mortgage servicing portfolio. Uh-oh. Alameda made 1.1 billion investment in Bitcoin. Bitcoin miner Genesis Digital. That's that same Alameda, isn't it? Would have been selling calls, would have probably been better play than buying puts. Oh well. So yeah, BBY literally got Party City's move from yesterday, 50%. So might have a day like this tomorrow on BBY. This gap this morning? Oh wow. That's right, Party City rallied up. And then there's profit taking today. It's a consolidation day, I would assume. I don't think this necessarily is over. But I don't know. Candle end. That could be a reversal candle. A big double doji like that. But it's only hourly, so that would go along with the theory of consolidation tomorrow and maybe the rest of the week. If CP lies real low, so like blue chips and mega cap stocks, just moving those up, and then the indices, but small caps didn't seem to do anything to, fortunately. So Kind of need to see SPY break this top or pretty bad double top. Okay. Realistically, I should probably be shorting puts on a drop today. It's too bad with my IRA I can't short puts. I don't know why. I guess that's maybe normal. Just in case we do have price action of, you know, something like this for the next week or two. It's a nice time. Ivy's gotten high from the pump in both directions, and then you can just, it's more confirming the bottom, so then you can short puts at a nice level. I was gonna get long puts, but this somewhere around here I think has got to be the low now. Unless it is one of these times, but these. But this would be, yeah, I just don't think this time frame is too long. So move up like this, but unfortunately that might just be to 25. I'm gonna start making plans on what you're gonna do when GME, if and when it gets to 20 and then 25 and 30 and 35. Because if you didn't like it down here, you can't stomach this. You need to make the plan to change it when it's up here. You need to make it now, otherwise FOMO will take over and you'll just hold. At least that's what I'm thinking. Did you get a haircut?
Look at my head.
Look at your head. That's an awesome mullet. That's nice.
There's knot in it.
There's a knot in it?
Yeah.
Does it feel good?
Yeah.
Looks handsome.
Got a little pajamas.
Yeah, you need to take off. You need to get dressed.
Oh.
Did you thank mommy for cutting your hair?
Yeah.
Righteous little mullet. Righteous. ABYA. Wonder if I should sell this future contract. Wait, BBY moving again? No, holding up really good though. This could be one of those days where we get a big afternoon. So I didn't have TD take off the restriction. They said it would take a day. I'm like, wondering if I'm gonna regret that. I could still do it probably the end of day. But if BBBY can go up to 4 or something, then I'll be good. Oh yeah, I'll wait. But that does have, it says it has 40 grand in buying power. I think it's 12. I think it's including margin, but I don't think I get margin on TD with for GME. Can't let us have too much fun. And then on my long term, I have 20 grand I could do. So that's a pretty good amount, I guess. And then on Webull, actually, I had to pull the money out, so I don't have any buying power in here anymore. So yeah. And then E-Trade, yeah. Giving up on trying to have them long term, I think. Let go of the long term share idea. A baby? Hi. Glad I didn't sell. Ace. Cover call leaps? Yeah, you could. Oh, you changed your name. Bipolar Carl. Uh yeah, I can get out of BBBY. I'm not I'm waiting though. I'm still waiting at this point. That hourly candle is kind of ugly, fortunately. So maybe some downs a little bit. Testing support. Probably the 3 is 2.9 down here I could see being tested, but that said, looks like we're going back up. BBY is getting closer though to levels where now I have to start considering if I want to close it. I'll be getting close to break even on it. I don't know. Cover call leaps to me doesn't make sense because you're why not sell like monthlies? You lose a lot of the premium once you go that far out. Just roll monthlies. Oh, that's right. Monday's closed. Oh, interesting. Huh, I wonder how that will move things around. So it'll be Wednesday then, if we're looking at the T+2. But holidays also. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So that's interesting. Wheels up. 11%. Uh-oh. All right, all I said about it coming back down. I don't know. I mean, BBY could go, I think, without GME. At this point still. Yeah, BY looks like it still wants to get jumpy. What's our next level? Got there. Another little level up here. Yeah, like 3.5. Give it. Yeah, I like that 3.5 actually. And then 3.7. Definitely that 4 level. A little over 4. Nighthawk's finding more islands. That's funny. Yeah, this 4 level, which I think is break even for me, that's going to be a pretty big level. So I'm gonna have to make a decision what to do. And this is still on no news. All the news has been bearish, so that is something to consider. If some bullish news does come out of BBY, I don't think this is necessarily like pricing in that news. I think this is shorts closing more or less. So there was some sort of merger or acquisition or something. I think that definitely could light this thing up, and then that options chain would probably truly become a proper gamma squeeze. So, I mean, the option chain is ready, which is really nice. Crazy. September 2020. I don't actually, I have to count the months on my hands. Guys, no one knows that about me. What's September? Wait, that's 9, right? October, yeah, 10? 9? Ooh, I think it's the first time I've ever gotten September without counting from somewhere. So September's 9. 9/2020. Ah, this island. Wait, this island? That's a bearish one though. Wait, what? This island? Consolidation is really just killing theta. I've got an order to close close these 18 puts for 80 cents. Open them for 64. Little volatility to the downside. Hopefully we'll do it. Nice war chest. Well played on your BBY calls. I like all the time also. Got till March. They're pretty far out of the money though, but $30 free. That's nice. I still have BBY, it's 6 strike calls for. Dude, if those go in the money, that would be dope. For next Friday, the monthlies. Let's see my break evens. Probably super high on them. Oh, my break even's 771. I don't remember paying that much of a premium for them. So we need a big move for those to work. And then I've got 32-33 call debit spreads on BBBY. And then 43-40. I'm more bullish than any of you on BBY. Look at these. Look at these monthlies. 43-45 call debit spread. 32-33 call debit spread. And then these 6 calls. $6 milli? Yeah, 5.4. Yeah, probably be 6. Good. I missed that 40% on box D. Oh, I was 70% that day? 69? Hopefully up will give it. I don't, this one isn't as squeezy though. You were near 20. I mean, it's not like you can have lots of time before it'll get there. You can always choose to get back in. I'm looking at Wheels Up financials here. Yeah, they're not making money. I mean, they have revenue. I like the concept, and I think it does have a future. Probably got let's see. Wondering if COVID affected it. Make it rally. Not really. It's too late. Just got this SPAC curse. Oh, you closed 10 minutes ago. These are consolidating very nicely up here. If there's good news on BBY with the option chain how it is, yeah, well, I guess if it's a buyout or acquisition or something, there would be a certain strike. I think that's how that works. There'd be a certain strike price or a certain price that they would agree to. So potentially then it would be fixed to that price more or less. If it's higher, it would rally up to it most likely and just stay there. If it's lower, that wouldn't be good, of course, but so but just the rumors or the news of it coming or potentially could cause a significant move before any specific numbers were talked about. I think, at least. Why can't I do that? I guess I still have bullish plays for GME also. 137.5, 140 call debit spread on GME for January. I've got some upside. Buys moving up here. These look like they actually want to do maybe an afternoon run. The way they're not like selling off and doesn't look like much profits driving the price down. Market makers are having to keep that hedge on. When is CNBC going to talk about BBBY?
Sales growth when it comes to the linear cable aspects of its business. So streaming services, the Warner Brother content catalog, together with Discovery's international presence in over 120 countries worldwide, makes sense for a combined company. Now, the company itself, when it was spun off with quite a bit of debt, and the stock actually suffered as a result
impressed
of
with how this
that.
is holding up.
By the way, the other thing we have to keep in
Have to
mind
get more
when it
more
was spun
exposure.
off, around that time, we started to see a huge deceleration in ad spending, and that affected a lot of competitors out there, even streaming services like Netflix, Disney, which has not performed very well this year, Paramount, another company which owns CBS, and even some of the traditional broadcasters like Fox are all down this year, and that's because of the decline in ad spending. But Guggenheim is actually very positive on the stock. They've got a $16.50 target on the stock, and they actually see some other catalysts going forward. They see higher domestic affiliate renewals going forward. And the other thing is HBO Max and Discovery Plus are essentially two streaming services that are owned by Warner Brothers. And they actually see more cost synergies that the company can eke out from the combined units.
Our
Looking at
return to median might come before consolidation and kind of a retest,
quite a bit of debt when it was spun
which
off. But overall, the stock
breaking this 19 level would be up to
in a potential trend reversal pattern.
21, I guess. It's not a huge move up anymore.
It fell considerably.
But yeah, we might even move up into here.
Yeah, I saw a lot of those analyst calls. And
21 or even 24.
2023, I just was looking. And I always think these things are fascinating. The fact that it is now up 9 days in a row, and Warner Brothers shares this 9th day, the best streak in nearly 2 decades. I mean, I can't get over it. You did note how with that Warner Brothers Discovery and then the ad spend dropped off, so the timing of that was tough. And it's had a tough go. I understand that, and it's not too far off the lows. So how would you go about trading this?
Yeah, so looking at this, I looked at the call options, Nicole, and the call options are rather favorable right now. They're not very expensive relative to reward for risk. So we'll put on a bullish trade here, but I have to preface again, like you mentioned, the stock is up considerably on a continuous basis over the last 9 days. That certainly could continue, but it also could pull back a little bit. So there's some risk you got to consider in this trade. But going
take a
out
short
to
on that gas
February,
here.
monthly contracts with 37 days to expiry, looking at buying a bull call spread, you could buy the $12.50 call option and simultaneously sell the $15 call option. Now, altogether, what's nice about this trade is it wasn't very expensive. You're basically buying an at-the-money $12.50 call option for 75 cents a share or $75 a contract. So the stock does need to continue to the upside in this trade. Ideally speaking, we need to see at least $13.25 to achieve break even on the trade. And then between that and, of course, the $15 strike price is $1.75. So
Could
you're
be setting up a
risking
divergence here on
$75 to
UNG.
make $175. So your return on risk is 2 times in this case. But again, the stock has to achieve at least 13.25 between now and 37 days to achieve break even. So it's still a bullish continuation trade. It's based upon cheaper options, but it also has defined risk of 75 cents a share and defined return of $1.75 a share.
Right, understood. Thank you for all of that. George Silas with Disruptors every single weekday here on Trading 360. Thank you, George. Coming up, our panel looks at the home building stocks. KB Home has earnings after the closing bell. So we want to take a look at the group really closely. Our panel is ready. That's next. Trading 360 continues.
Let's walk through charts, one of the most commonly used features on thinkorswim. Start by going to the Charts tab and entering a ticker symbol. Select Time Frame to adjust time intervals or to favorite a time frame. Select Style to change the appearance of the chart. You can add drawings by selecting Drawings, Drawing Tools, and then Type of Drawing. For symbol comparisons, select Studies. This also gives you access to hundreds of pre-built studies, including a number of classic patterns. The grid icon lets you view multiple charts at once. You can even initiate a trade from the Charts tab. Just right-click anywhere on the chart and select either buy or sell. For more demos on how to thinkorswim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
When traders tell us how to make thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes to wait.
Wow, I gotta take off.
Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight.
Hey, thanks.
We'll see ya. Ah, they're getting so smart.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Welcome back to Trading 360. Time for our 360 round on all things home builders. This as rates have been on the rise. And I want to bring in our panel, Brad Hunter, President, Hunter Housing Economics, and Jay McCandless, Senior VP, Equity Research at Wedbush Securities. Thanks for being with us. We're going to watch for KB Home. We're waiting on the numbers from that company. I mean, there's no doubt that we went from 3% to 6% to 7% for mortgages. Mortgage apps have come down. There's been obviously a slowdown in housing. Tell us, Jay, where we stand right now and what your thoughts are on a name like KB Home, for example.
Sure. So we definitely, like you said, activities come down. We have seen mortgage rates pull back below 7%. Call it like 6.25 now, I think is where they went out last night. So that's working in favor of the builders. I think right now, though, we are still seeing some supply chain challenges, and I think that's one of the things we want to hear from KB tonight is how much is that supply chain, especially for the back half of the build, getting in appliances, cabinets, and things like that to finish out the house. Get some insight from them on where that stands, because that seems to have been kind of between rates and if you think about other headwinds, rates and being able to finish some of these houses and get them delivered. So those are the things we're going to be looking for tonight. But we think from a demand standpoint, the entry-level buyer is still out there, and when the builders can solve for a payment, that buyer is still signing up to buy the house.
Right, right. And Brad, you were focusing on the build for rent trend, which I was taking a look at the charts, and the projections continue to rise going forward because I guess the demand is for that area. But in some cases, the home builders are not necessarily able to sell them, right? And they are doing them themselves, right?
Yeah, that's right. And you're showing my forecast with the annual build for rent housing numbers. I think that we're going to see a slower rate of increase this year, but over the next several years, we're going to see large increases in the number of homes being built for rent. And that's a combination of mostly purpose-built new developments being developed specifically for the purpose of rental. And also the home builders themselves are pivoting more and more towards rental. And some of the major public home builders are getting into that in a big way. And it really makes a lot of sense because there are some headwinds, right? Job growth is still good, but there have been some layoffs in tech in the last year and now some in finance and Amazon. Confidence is low. There's a slowdown happening in the pace of household formations combined with the higher mortgage rates causing problems with affordability. So the builders are saying, look, with these things going on, people are going to be more prone to rent than to buy in a lot of cases. And so that's the direction they're pivoting.
Right, understood. I see outperforms from Wedbush. I saw it on Meritage, for example. You also had it on Builders for Source. Tell me a little bit about the group overall. I mean, what's our takeaway here, Jay, when you look at the group? Are they mostly outperforms?
Yeah, we've got a mix of outperforms and neutrals. I think our outperforms lean more heavily towards the entry-level space, like I talked about before. We like Century, we like Meritage, Horton, in addition to KB. Those three builders typically can flex production up and down, depending on what the demand in a local market looks like. So, yeah, those are names we like, and I think the underbuilding that you've heard many economists talk about certainly plays into those build for rent trends that we talked about. And I think those three, in terms of which builders could benefit from that BTR trend, D.R. Horton has been doing single family for rent for a while now. Century and Meritage are starting to get involved with it. So, yeah, I think those are three names that could benefit from that build to rent trend.
Yeah. Brad, a quick thought on demand going forward.
Yeah, I think that when you're faced with these demand headwinds, you have to get creative. And obviously the pivot to build for rent is part of that. Also, home office packages, I think, is a great way for builders to try to retain and attract buyers. Work from home is still a thing. KB Home was early to add a home office package right when COVID was getting started. And so that was great timing for them. And I think that also changing the offerings to include more smaller homes, but with more bedrooms. People want higher bedroom count these days, especially the millennials that are starting to finally have children. They want that extra bedroom for the kids.
Okay. Yeah. Great to see you both. And Jay, I know you had the outperform on KB Home, which is how we started this segment. Thank you both. Brad Hunter, President Hunter Housing Economics, and Jay McCanless, SVP Equity Research at Wedbush Securities. Thank you both. Great to see you. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides, live every day at the New York Stock Exchange. I will see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Join me then. But keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our Active Trading webcast series is designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today.
I'm Nicole Petalides coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange every single market day from the opening to closing bells. Tune in to the TD Ameritrade Network.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack. He wanted a streamlined version he could access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim. She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave him Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Trading has changed forever as a new generation of investors make their impact on markets.
It's more important than ever to navigate through the frenzy of meme stocks, IPOs, and the next wave of tech.
And that's where we come in, discussing strategies and example trades on trending names.
Take control of your financial future. Next Gen Investing, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market. I'm Tom White, and we've got a great show lineup for you today, including discussions and strategies in Salesforce, which was downgraded, and KB Home, which reports earnings after the close. And like Folio, will break down consumer sentiment data on Best Buy, which is up 8% so far this month after hitting nearly 3-year lows in October. Now, 2.5 hours into the trading day, stocks are higher in the run-up to the key CPI inflation data that may show further deceleration, bolstering the case for a downshift in the pace of Federal Reserve rate hikes. 2023 has brought a relief rally so far for more risky areas of the market, such as tech, but many investors are still cautious ahead of earnings season and further expected rate hikes from the Fed. Now let's take a look at those four major indices. The S&P 500, the benchmark, up 0.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 93 points on the day. NASDAQ 100 tech up 0.9%, and the Russell 2000 up 0.75%. All four of the major indices just off of session highs. But to help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host Kevin Hinks. Kevin, the calm before the storm. It seems like we've got really no negative news, no data points to kind of negatively affect the markets as we grind higher on this relief rally. What are your thoughts here on the market?
Yeah, Tom, we talked about this on Friday, how Friday's non-farm payroll had kind of changed the tone of the overall market, which had a pretty significant black cloud over it for a while. Now we're waiting for the next tone change. So far, the flow of information, the flow of news has been relatively positive for the market. So could tomorrow change that? Tom, the whispers for headline month-over-month inflation are the consensus is for 0.0, but some of the whispers are that it's going to be a negative number. And Tom, the markets will like a headline inflation month-over-month that turns negative. Remember, we're coming off a wages number year-over-year that was much lower than expected. So I think that's what the market is building in, setting itself up for potentially being disappointed if these numbers stay stickier than normal. But everything is about tomorrow's inflation data. The number one inflation point in each month is CPI, and then we get into earnings. And Jamie Dimon, Tom, of all people, came out on Fox Business yesterday and did a little bit of a 180 on the U.S. consumer. So I think that's significant as well. Ben Lichtenstein and I talked about that this morning. So there's a different tone that last Friday set. There's more positive vibes going on. Tom, subject to change without notice, though, as you know.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the market is expecting that soft landing at this point. That seems to be the theme that we started talking about late last week with that slowdown in wage growth. But the jobs market still pretty robust at this point. Kev, but one area of the markets that's making a nice little bounce back so far here in 2023 is the housing market. And we got some upgrades today in that space. We got KB Home earnings after the close. We'll talk about that later in the show. But Bank of America with the slew of upgrades as interest rates kind of moderate towards the low end of recent levels. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent, to help us break down this somewhat optimistic view of the housing market after a dismal 2022 here, Caroline.
Well, that moderation in interest rates is one reason this Bank of America analyst is bullish. Also the fact that 2022 home builders got pretty beaten down, but as you said, they've been a bright spot so far in 2023, and Bank of America is turning more bullish on a few of the names. He sees not so much a huge comeback in the housing market. He's cautious on housing demand this year, especially in the first half, but says he sees a more favorable setup for home builder stock performance. As such, he's upgrading Lennar to neutral from underperform with a price target of $102. That's up from $92. It's currently trading around $97.76 right now, so a few dollars upside there. Pulte Home upgrading to buy from neutral with a price target of $60, up from $46. It's currently trading just below $50, so a lot more upside for Pulte, according to Bank of America. Also boosted Toll Brothers rating to buy from neutral with a $68 price target, up from $54. Toll Brothers is trading up about 3% today, around $55. A little bit more than that. But his top pick in terms of home builder stocks, NVR, he says, given that shares have historically outperformed in weak housing markets, he raised his price target on NVR shares to $5,500 from $4,900. It's also getting a nice bump up today, up about 1.5%, trading around $48.95. Believes there are many reasons why home builder stocks could outperform this year. Home builder valuations are already pricing in weak demand and deteriorating home prices. As we talked about at the top, mortgages have come off their 2022 peak rates, that is, and are poised to move lower this year, he says. Also, builder margins will benefit from lower input costs, such as lumber, which we, of course, saw skyrocket last year. On that note, he expects home builder margins are set to bottom out in the first half of 2023. So bullish on home builder stocks, and they're definitely getting a nice bump today, all taking part in the rally.
Caroline, there's a theory out there that when interest rates spike and rise quickly, as they have done, that housing doesn't really stop, it just waits in a queue. And the minute that the volatility comes out of interest rates, as it has in the last few weeks, you mentioned where the 10-year yield is, 30-year mortgages have come down, that they wait. And that surge is about to happen. That's what a lot of these analysts are thinking, that these people waiting to buy homes are going to see the lower rates and just go back into the market where they were waiting. That being said, you also mentioned that commodity prices for all these different inputs to housing have all come down, all presenting not as rosy of a housing market as it was, but certainly better than it was a few months ago, Caroline.
Yeah, you know, that's probably why we saw that surprise uptick in the latest new home sales report that came out not too long ago, that maybe people were taking advantage of some of the lower rates. I think one thing, I mean, there's still an affordability issue with buying a home, whether you buy a new house or an old house. I think one of the things that we can also look at, particularly when KB Home reports this afternoon, we can see what they have to say. I know a lot of these home builders were offering incentives to really help with the sales of homes, so we have to see how those impact the bottom lines, because obviously that could incentivize, but it comes at a cost, right? So we'll see what the home builders actually have to say on that front. But it seems like analysts are looking at this as an early cycle play. I don't think the housing market's out of the woods yet. But economists that I speak to say they expect home prices to continue to increase, which will, of course, impact home sales. So anyone waiting for this huge crash before they buy, I think are going to be waiting quite a long time, at least according to the people that I speak to.
Yeah, I think that's a big key to take away from this is the fact that average selling prices have not come down even based on the doubling of, the 30-year mortgage rates at this point. So affordability comes into play here as the incentives continue to stream down the pipeline for a lot of these home builders. All right, thanks to Caroline Woods, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network, helping us out with the home builders and the upgrade in that space ahead of a key earnings event after the close today with KB Homes. But now let's bring in Nick Theodorakis, Financial Risk Management Director at TD Ameritrade. So Nick, we're talking about CPI tomorrow. Kevin mentioned that. If this is a negative number, that's probably going to be a positive for stocks. Maybe it's already baked in with the rally that we've had since starting at the end of last week. But is the market not believing the Fed at this point? That's my question to everybody at this point, is because the market's reacting differently than what the Fed and their hawkish commentary is saying.
What's interesting to me about that picture, guys, is the fact that the VIX is pretty muted here, right? And there is a misalignment. We don't know which way it's going to go. We don't know if the Fed's wrong, which they have been, and they're playing catch up if they've gone too far.
They have been all right.
They have been. I know. I'm feeling throwing some gas on the fire here, but something is misaligned, and the VIX isn't really worried about that, which I find fascinating right now. I mean, you see that VIX curve all the way out. We're in like the 25 handle. It's elevated still, right? We're not historic, but we're not getting back to 12 VIX anytime soon. So you kind of think the floor is like 18 or something, right? Why isn't the market, why isn't the sort of fear index more worried about this misalignment? What's wrong? Right now, the market's saying, the equity market is saying that the bond market is right. And that's what we're seeing. If we hear otherwise from the Fed, what if CPI is not cold tomorrow? I mean, how bad is it? How bad is it going to look?
What if it's positive headline number, right?
These real-time reads are great, but they're also ahead of where this number comes in. So there's obviously a misalignment there. My real analysis of all this is something is off, and it's been off for quite a while, right? Since pre-holidays, right? We sort of had this quiet, trading environment a little bit. It was sell off into the end of the year, but we stabilized. And nothing really feels like it's clear, other than the fact that the bond market's really, really convinced that there are going to be a flatlining of rate hikes and then a decrease, and the tone hasn't changed. So I don't know, but something's misaligned. And if the Fed says, "Hey, we're gonna bully through this," I think your chance of a harder recession really climb as they tighten rates and the economy really slows down. So that where those come in line, I think is going to be a really fascinating point. And kind of like the cold front and the warm front hitting, right? There tends to be a storm. I think we're going to have some shakeup here. I think you're going to see a spike in vol as these things come in line, and it could be either way.
Yeah, and you have to take into account earnings season's kicking off.
That's right.
On Friday. But Kevin, to that point, the Fed keeps saying that they're going to continue to raise rates, and they'd rather push too far at this point, right? Because they can always pull back relatively quickly, right? Because they dropped the ball on raising interest rates at this point. And an economy where you've got an unemployment rate of 3.5%, that's not going to cool a lot of the inflationary pressures because people are still out there spending at this point. So what's your take here? Is it okay for the Fed to continue with the rate hikes and put a little bit of pain on this economy? Because I think that's what they want.
Well, here's what I think. Right now, we have to acknowledge that there's a divergence between where the 10-year yield is trading and where the Fed projections are for where Fed funds rate will settle. That can't be argued, right? One's over 5, one's just over 3.5. Now, here's the thing that investors are probably looking at, guys. Tom, if it takes 12 months from now to get to between 2 and 2.5% on inflation, here's what I think for sure. Stocks won't be here. They'll be higher than this. And so if this market thinks that the Fed and the market and inflation is on the right path, then buying dips is going to come back into favor. Now, 2022 was not a year to buy dips. If you bought dips, you were getting stopped out quite often.
Sorry, guys. I take a bathroom break.
If this market thinks that A year
I trust
from
fast
now
market.
will be
I don't
3,
trust
2.5,
anybody because
2.
people are liars.
The bet is
But that
stocks
said,
will be higher
you can learn
from there.
from
so
anybody.
I think that's why you're
So,
getting
yeah.
a market that's, remember, it sold off last year
Is
pretty
it
significantly.
propaganda?
The chances that we're
I mean,
gonna
there
hit
might be
2
some
down
instances
years
or some cases
is
where.
not big.
Oh,
We
AMV, look at that
deal with
move.
probabilities every day. So
Wow.
I think that's what this market is trying to come to
Where
grips
they
with, guys.
push some agenda, but
definitely,
for the most part, I
buying
would say
was
it's
not
their
a
innocent.
winner last year. S&P down nearly 20%. But you know, Nick, one of the areas that I looked at today, there were some price target hikes in logistics, rails, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they've bottomed out. But then we had some price target hikes in travel. Expedia got an upgrade. United Airlines, Delta got price target hikes. So I think that soft landing scenario that a lot of people are expecting with unemployment rate low, people have jobs, you know, wages are going up, just not at a faster pace to keep up with the inflation at this point. But it probably bodes well for the outlook on the economy, at least in the latter stages of 2023.
If you look at the NASDAQ, just to comment on your point from talking to Ken, it was down almost 35% last year.
Yeah.
So that really eats into people's buying power, right? I mean,
Right.
the stocks that so many people hold, all the high-flying tech names are down. But there is value out there in these other names. And you look at some of the indicators, like copper's like hit new highs or recent highs in the last 6 months. There's signs that the economy is picking up. There's signs that demand in China is
Oh,
gonna
shoot.
come
Spy
back.
breaking out here.
Key.
Crazy, right? Like oil as well. You're seeing
New high.
rise there because the rest of the world's coming back online. Does that ultimately
We're
help
starting
or hurt
now.
inflation?
We don't even
Well,
start filling the gap
I
till
think
up
we can
here.
all pretty much agree we're not going to be in a recession tomorrow.
Either
with
time to
unemployment
hold or
3.5%.
sell.
So
I think
probably
I'll
the
hold
next
for
2
now.
months, right, you're not in a
GameStop's held
recession.
up really
Then
well.
everybody's saying at the end of the year, it's going to pick back up and
BBY pretty well
flatline.
also.
It's
Finally
really
come
easy to
below
paint
VWAP,
both
but
pictures
has a
right
little
now.
support
Like,
level here
you
at
know,
2.9.
The unemployment rate's going to
The market's
go up,
rallying.
right? We're seeing
It's AMV. I
tech
totally
banking
looked at it this
layoffs.
morning
We're
too.
seeing, these are happening.
It was
so the
like
rate's
right
gonna
here, I
tick
think.
up, but there's still so much demand
Wow.
in other sectors. I think you could see a
Looked
shift
at
of
AVYA
employment,
also.
not necessarily a massive 5% all of a sudden unemployment rate. And I think what the Fed is,
Excuse me.
they're not seeing that that top, or however you want to look at it, bottom line uptick in unemployment. So, is a shift and a slowdown in wages enough, along with some of these other cooling inflationary factors? I don't know. And then you look at the airline. Maybe the airlines are up today because they're not burning any gas with all the flights canceled. I don't know. But
Right, that's true.
there's still strong demand. But at some point, if your wages aren't keeping up or your wages are flatlining, right, that demand drops off. And then all of a sudden, you're going to see those things filter through. Which way is it going to go? I mean, time's going to tell. It still feels like the best probability of the way things are trading right now is this potential for a soft landing. The Fed eases into no longer raising rates. They keep their finger on the reduce rates button and monitor it. But Kev already said this. They can reduce them pretty quickly, but it still takes months for that to filter through in the impact. And I think that's the sort of cliff we're trying to look over but not fall off of.
Right, and I think that's one of the key things that a lot of people, market watchers and some economists, Jeremy Siegel out of University of Pennsylvania, he's been saying that for months now, is that the lag effect still hasn't come through to the economy at this point from all the massive rate hikes that the Fed's done over the last year. So that'll be key, I think, moving forward. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. But when we come back, we're going to discuss Salesforce, which can't seem to get out of its own way, continues to get price target cuts, downgraded today. This stock has just been, pummeled, and the CEO continues to say they're going to cut more workers, possibly. Fast Market's coming right back. We'll talk CRM.
Man, would have been a good entry this morning on this. This one did have that one move. Oh, is that just IPO? Oh, just IPO move. What happens at A12? Ooh, spot looks like it's rejecting up there. I wonder if I should close that future. I maybe will. We'll see if it consolidates over this support. That could be a reversal right there, though. And it just about hit the resistance from before. From back here. Look at this thing go. Holy crap. Hasn't even been halted yet. Wow. $12 next. Never mind. Continuing on. Pretty nice hourly candle there. That gas moved all the way back up to VWAP. This would be a pretty big break. Really a little higher. Looks like it wants it. Getting our squeezy rally before CPLI. Gap fill time. 394, let's go. Jim on. Actually 397 on the hourly. VWAP, move back up to VWAP a little bit. Yeah, probably just consolidate. I closed out on my put on GME. This is a Theta Farm Delight. I wonder if I should get into this one. Breaking that high from this morning. This one has been known to run as well, I think. Got on my watch list for something. See, like, this is a pretty big move, I think, here. Yeah, 181%.
you know, George mentioned M&A activity. They were buying a lot over the last 5 years, maybe overpaying for some of these companies. But what's your take here on CRM?
Well, those purchases of companies that you and George mentioned, those were kind of masking the lack of growth in this. And for an analyst to come out and say growth purgatory in their analyst call on this name, that is not a favorable analyst call on this name. And so I actually think the stock, for all intents and purposes today, is outperforming from this news. So this is a company that has laid off 10% of their workforce. Sounds like they have to do more, Tom. They're focusing on margins. That's a good thing, but even the margins are starting to slow. So yet this company has acquired its way into a pretty tough situation here, Tom. And this might be just the beginning of bad news for Salesforce.
Yeah, and you know, Nick, if you look at a chart, one-year chart in Salesforce, I remember people saying, oh, you got to buy the dip in here, you got to buy the dip in here. That didn't work at all in 2022. We're getting a pop up over 10% so far this year. Now we get the downgrade. It's hitting 100-day moving average. I mean, when you think about CRM, yeah, it's probably going to be there, but maybe the numbers won't be the same. We saw this in 2000, 2001. All these high-flying tech names start moderating growth projections, everything, and they're still around, but the growth isn't there.
George had a note. He sent us, some info on the company. And one thing that really stood out to me that I hadn't
seen.
Man,
AMC is really outpacing GME.
95% of their sales and new acquisition comes from a very small percent of like top executive sales people. Right? I don't know the exact numbers, but
it's half. Half provide 95% of the revenue generation.
Like, wow. So it makes you think that those cuts are probably legit, right?
Right.
Like, and you
AMV almost 200%.
Acquisition. It kind of, I don't know, you put a sports analogy to it, and it reminds you, like,
is that one of my lines here?
And I'm a user and an enjoyer of Tableau, and the data visualization that's possible is really cool. Slack is a great tool.
I can't believe this thing hasn't halted at all.
Sports franchise that goes out and tries to build through free agency and bring in all these big name players. Then you get together, you're like, all right, guys, how do we feel as a team? And you're like, well, we're not a team. We're sort of individual things. And they haven't figured out that sauce to put it together and build maybe a winning culture.
Right.
And they have some leaders, right? Their actual CRM platform is the industry leader,
right.
And they've got good tools around that. But it's not like all integrated like Microsoft is, where it's homegrown, for example, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, plus this sort of cost environment where people are saying, hey, we're going to live with what we've got for a little bit here. We're not making these big capital expenditures, is really stunting the growth. I want to love it. I want to love the, all the pieces put together. But I think to the valuation points that George mentioned, it's tough to say now is the right time to just, buy with both hands, because we just don't know what sort of the expenditure forecasts look like and how they're going to restart that growth engine.
Yeah.
And you hear the slowing growth with all the expenses they have. If you just cut people, then you eat into your innovation kind of mindset, and that changes the.
All right, let's see a breakup here, man.
It really sets you back.
I'd be pretty bullish.
Overhiring. Now, you got an example.
Nice
trade
setup
for,
for a dump after
break this
CPI.
down for us. It's a diagonal, but a little bit different than
maybe
what we
even come back up.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to love it, but I think in the short term, that's the beauty of the options market. You can sort of take a play where over a little bit of a medium term example here, you're playing the trend and the analysis that's out there. So this is selling this week, so a 2-day option trade, the 140 puts, and then buying 37 days out the 130 puts in the Feb monthly expiration. So it is a bit different. You've got a $10 wide short vertical here, essentially, and you're paying for it. So your maximum loss is about $1,300 per one lot. So it's a pretty big risk on that trade. The reason it looks that way, you got to think about the timing, right? There's 2 days. That 130 strikes, 5 or 6% out of the money. So it's a pretty big move to the downside here, and you have the ability to roll this if it doesn't go through your 130 strike in 2 days, up to 5 times, right? You could ultimately
even trading back over
it in that Feb monthly, and that's just ahead of earnings.
Trade, buy, sell, buy, sell.
So, the real play here is just playing the trend, trying to leg essentially into a long put over the next month and a half. at a cheaper price.
Mexico
And
peso
ultimately,
strengthens
you're making up
past
about 50 cents
19
of
USD for the
$1.80
first time
cost
since
of that
2020.
Now, if you don't go through it, then you can really think about adjusting. Do you want a $10 wide vertical? Do you want to bring that down closer to the 140 strike and go a little further out? So really trying to cheapen the cost of taking a just a direct.
AMV is breaking that resistance.
Yeah, and you know the setup that we got there on the risk profile doesn't look like it.
Oh no,
there's
my
a lot of
pesos.
potential profitability on that because he's got it so far in. But if you widen that out, zoom it out, I mean, on this type of trade where you're buying one of the February 130 puts, selling one of the January 13th weeklies that expire in 2 days, the 140 puts, you're paying roughly about $1.35 debit. Your risk is the $10 width of the diagonal plus the $1.34, so just over $1,100. But your break-evens are down at just under 138 on the downside and just near 149 on the upside. So you've got a nice wide range over the next month or so until February expiration. You do have some assignment risk on that short strike. Cav, your take real quick on the put diagonal where you're selling that near-term implied volatility.
Very low debit, chance to extend duration using the
Maybe
rolls.
reversing up here
It
now.
is a long delta because you're selling the 140 put. It does have
Got another one of
downside
those
risk,
candles,
but after,
double doji, and
but
this
it's
is
only
setting up for an
a
engulfing.
2.5 day trade. So
We'll see. Got 4 minutes for this candle to close.
out of the money, that 140 put. So certainly a lot of opportunity here, but downside risk, guys.
Yeah, above 149, you've got that what you paid for risk, the $1.35.
Remember when it was $3 to a dollar?
$35. On the downside is where you've got most of the risk at $11.35.
I don't think I
to
ever.
the downside. All right.
I didn't
We
keep
look
track
at
of it that
a
close.
different type
Last time I
of
was in Mexico, it was
diagonal
like
spread there in CRM based on that downgrade today out of Bernstein. Thanks to Nick Theodorakos, financial
over
risk
20 years ago.
management director at TD Ameritrade, for joining us. But coming up after
Maybe
the
it was $3 to a dollar then.
Joined by Landon Swan
think it
from
was
Mike
still
Folio for
more.
a discussion on Best Buy, which has bounced about 40% off of 2-year.
All right, if this candle
lows
closes
over the
engulfing,
last couple
I'm gonna
months. Stick
close.
around. Fast Market's coming right back.
But please hold up for a little bit. I mean, maybe even doing a short up here.
WatchList can help you keep track of securities you're interested in.
This engulfs. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a breakout's gonna come. I'd like it to though. That'd be pretty nice. Yeah, we're looking at a double top. I don't think there's enough time for a cup and handle to play out with CP Live. Definitely some profit taking at that resistance. Yeah, 500. Yeah, I thought it was something crazy. That's a new peso. Yeah, I haven't been there since then. Yeah, I remember it was yeah, it was way more. You're thinking about the possibility? Don't let it keep you up at night. Looking like a pretty big rejection up here. AMV 217%. Just that little bit was 17%. All right, 1040 next level on there. With no halts. Wow. Don't do it like this. See, BBBY and Jamie aren't being affected by this. This is a pretty big red candle. All right, 30 seconds. So, it might bounce a little bit before it keeps coming down, but I do plan on closing now. Accidental contract. Okay, I closed it. And I kind of want to take a short even. Yeah, I'm gonna take a short here. Gonna give it a little bit of room, and then I'll put a stop limit. I think a move back to VWAP is definitely possible, or even back down to this range down here, or down here. But that being said, this is pretty close to this support, so that might not be a good trade. I'm seeing engulfing, I'm seeing the resistance, I'm seeing those wicks. Got a MACD maybe crossing bearish here. I'm gonna wait before I do my stop limit. I'm just barely green on it. Because it could easily have a bounce before it comes back down.
$86 or $87 about 4 times, and it hasn't gotten through it. So you could call that a quadruple top, you know, anywhere between the 86, 87 level over the last, I think there's one in May, August, and December, and now we're back here in January.
AMV,
so this is, you know,
it's
potential
EV. I
to
think
break
it's
out,
like
but potential to run into a brick wall ceiling.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of
when
rejecting
we
it there.
look at just sort of like what people are
Company's
buying,
vertically
what are the,
integrated.
you know,
Oh yeah, you're right.
different
Startup
product
EV.
types
There you
that
go.
they sell, you can see that new appliances are doing really well, which again is one of the reasons
Comes
that
to SPY.
Whirlpool is beating them. You know, they focus on that.
Electrify the hard
Everything else
work.
is kind of falling behind. I mean, you look at PC gaming, it's
ATL,
basically
Atlas,
flat, but
Atlas Motor
there's less
Vehicles.
people renovating their home. There's less people buying smart TVs because
Interesting, I've never seen these.
kind of all bought them over the last year or two.
Oh, look
And when
at
it
that.
comes to
That's
home
interesting.
renovation, you know, there was a
Okay, I
lot
might
of
put a
home
stop
sales
limit.
a year and a
UNG is
half,
breaking
2.5
VWAP.
years ago, but that's all kind of died down, and now people are getting a lot more frugal. They're getting their, you know, everything's kind of pinched. Inflation's up, wages are steady, and you know, people are talking
I'm gonna leave it.
about
It's still too
looking
close to
for
my price.
deals and deal discovery and
I'm gonna go
being
long on
late on their payments and being
UNG.
frugal
Gosh,
a
I'm glad
lot
for
more than
punishment
they
on
used
UNG
to. So
to the long
everything's
side.
tightening up, and let's face it. I mean, Best Buy is. It's not a staple. You don't have to go there. It's always for the really, you know, it's for upgrading your life. It's all optional purchases. It's
What I don't like about this
discretionary.
is it's
So
still
when
kind of
things
at this
get
support.
tight, that's one of the stores that you're gonna maybe
Yeah, I
go
might
to
close out of
less
it.
frequently. In fact, when we look at the website data,
It's very
their
possible it could
web
just be
visits
consolidation
are down
before another
about
move up.
23% year over year. So less people are going to BestBuy.com.
It's got the
and
signs of
the
everything
ones
else,
that are
but
going are actually on the website about 5% shorter amount of time. So they're spending less.
You know what I
they're
mean?
going there
Maybe it's
less, they're
just
spending less time
consolidating
on the website.
on the support
So
before
most
another
of the
move.
data that we have is slightly bearish. It's not doomsday, but it is slightly bearish. And the fact that the stock has
Got this
run up
5-minute
so
close.
much lately and hitting that sort of that top level, you know, gives me a little bit of a confidence to maybe make a bearish bet. And we don't have earnings for what, maybe
maybe I'll wait
4
for
weeks,
UNG to
something
come
like
up
that.
and then just get a
So
short.
I'd love to hear you guys' take on it, though.
Landon, let's start with a moment of silence for good old Circuit City when it was on. Okay, that moment of silence is over. Now, Landon, here's the thing about Best Buy. You're right. Everything points to a weakening environment for this company, yet they continue to kill on earnings expectations. Last quarter, look at the chart of the stock. It jumped on a big 36-cent beat in earnings expectations. They had $10.6 billion in revenue. They raised holiday sales guidance, and the chart in the stock looks actually pretty well. It's significantly above its 200-day moving average. You're right. In terms of a chart, and I'm not a chart master like some of the other guys, it's hitting a pretty significant level, though. I can tell that. But how does this company keep doing this? How does it keep beating expectations and defying what people thought would be a gradual decline in this business? Is it the fact that people want to see electronics and touch them before they buy them? What is it that keeps this company going?
That's it, because you can get everything at Best Buy on Amazon.com. Every single
Candle
thing,
close in 10
but
seconds.
You can go in there, you can look at it, you can compare them, maybe ask some questions, and a lot of these, a lot of these purchases for customers are maybe a little bit intimidating. You're talking about, computers and accessories and things that maybe not everyone understands exactly all the pros and cons. Why is this one $250? Why is that one $150? What's the difference? And so it's tough, I think, to get that just online and going into the store. You're right. You have the ability to compare all that, and it's a one-stop shop. So they do have that advantage. And they have each section of Best Buy has a competitor, but Best Buy the whole as a whole
Might come down, but I don't like the
have a
support
competitor. So I think
it has
that's
right here.
the strength. And you're right. They've done a really good job over the years of continuing to beat and raising dividends and just doing all the things that consumers and investors love to see. So I do like this company long term. I just don't like it right here. I think maybe a little bit of a pullback is justified heading into earnings or going ahead of these like February 20th earnings, somewhere around there. But we'll see where our score is at when earnings do come in a few weeks.
Yeah,
AMD just
Landon,
consolidating
I like
up at that
point
level.
that you made earlier about the fact that you don't need to go to Best Buy, and I like to go to Best Buy once every 2 years, maybe when I need to upgrade something electronics-wise. Otherwise, I'm probably just ordering something on Amazon. But when you look at happiness, I think this is a big key. They buy back a lot of stock. This company does. They have the dividend
It's not a bad looking
that
truck.
they pay, so they're shareholder friendly. But what kind of happiness data are you guys seeing compared to maybe Amazon or somebody else? Even Costco. I'd rather buy a TV at Costco right now than waddle into Best Buy.
0 to 100% 50 minutes or less. That seems insane.
So Best Buy's got about a 50.
That'd mean like 20 to 80 in like
which
7
low.
minutes.
Walmart is 56, to give you a little reference. I mean, that's like the benchmark low retailer when it comes to happiness, Walmart. All the others are much higher. And so, Costco's higher than that. Whirlpool, Target, Amazon, and if you want to throw in Logitech, they don't have a store, but they sell these items. So they don't have the
1.5
highest happiness. And I think that
megawatt charging.
Generally, that is something we don't like to see at Lifefolio for a company. Happiness tends to drag out over
500
time
miles,
and lead
Wonder if they have
to
any of
less
these-
consumer demand if
any of
it
these
is at
things
these levels.
on the road
But,
yet.
Walmart's been doing really well with low happiness for a long time. So if you can do other things, if you can get good prices, then maybe people are just like, whatever.
Oh,
I
it's
gotta
breaking
go there
out.
and get the good price. And I'll tell you one thing.
I maybe would have taken this,
the
but I
last
can't
time I
open
went into
positions
Best
on my
Buy,
TD account, so
I was
and
in
that's
that
where I'd want
situation where I
to
didn't
trade
know
it.
the difference between these different things. I needed a little help.
Could do
And the one
E-Trade.
that I finally decided on at the store, I pulled out my phone, looked it up on Amazon. It was the same price. I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll walk out with this one. I think they're hip to the online competition. So now
Yeah, it's
it's
a nice
just,
little
do you
breakout
want
move
help or
here
not? Do you want to be able
on
to get it
ABYA.
right now? They've got the curbside delivery. So, they've done some things to keep up with the times. And so, I like them long term. I just don't like the stock at this level, 86 or 87.
Okay, so negative right here. They don't have earnings until the beginning of March, so we'll keep that in mind. But they did just announce today, my Best Buy members will get free shipping, trying to compete a little bit with the Prime membership and the Walmart Plus memberships at this point. All right, great stuff as always, Landon. Appreciate it. Hey, and by the way, I use Waddle because I'm short, Landon. I'm short. That's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
so far it's a good close. I do like this
thanks,
being a top and then engulfing,
thanks,
but
Landon.
the fact that there was this
helping us
support
break down
right
the data
here,
on Best Buy Cap.
I wasn't looking at that.
Pretty negged up even after
If this was
maybe
down
that's
lower
the
or
reason why he mentioned that chart.
another top
where
maybe.
it's topped out around these levels.
We'll see if it comes up
over
and
the last 8 or 9 months.
doesn't break it
as
again,
a
maybe
reason,
take it there, but
it's rallied
gotta
pretty
break through this.
significantly off of those October lows.
So maybe taking it once it breaks that,
Yeah,
but
you're right. But
I
here's
don't know
the
how much
thing.
room there is then.
It also sold
Market
off
could get
before
scared
the last
coming into
earnings,
tomorrow
which
too,
they
like
beat by
in the last
36
hour or so.
cents. So I think Landon's probably got a point, and the stock moving, you should probably give yourself an opportunity in either direction, Tom. That's why a chart like this, let's face it, if they have a massive beat like they did last quarter, this stock can still go higher, but I don't know where it's going, and they could also miss horribly. So, Tom, I went
MACD
with
did
the
cross
double
over.
calendar, an opportunity.
Need a red,
a
this
trade
red to
that gives
close
you an
under the 9.
opportunity,
Got 30 seconds for that,
measuring
so
the expected move to be
that is a
profitable
bearish
in either
inverted
direction,
hammer
Tom.
too.
I did the 1 week, the 88 call calendar, and the 83 put calendar, Tom. So right around that expected move, that gives you long about a half a delta. So you figure out how it's skewed, Tom. But you can do both of these combined for less than $1, Tom. So 50 cents on the call calendar, 45 cents on the put calendar. A low threshold on the risk that you put on. Now, you're not going to make $1 million on this trade, but you could be profitable in either direction, Tom. Remember, this stock has
that consolidation, my goodness,
moving average. The 50 has crossed over, so it's got a lot of bullish
so
signals.
tight.
They're doing a good job of putting up the numbers, but Tom, I have no idea where the stock is going, and when I don't have an idea or an opinion, I play for either way.
All right, Kev, let's look at this, break down this trade here for us. Let's do it, wing by wing on this. So we'll look at the 83 put calendar first, buying the January monthly 83 strike put, selling the January 13th 83 strike put, paying roughly about a 45-cent debit on it. That's going to be your risk on that particular position. You've got 2 days till expiration on your short option, so you've got some assignment risk on that. Your break even's about $80 on the downside and about 86 on the upside. So
you learn a lot about options just watching CNBC. It's crazy.
For an inexpensive risk of only $45.
I didn't realize they talked about options so much.
On that particular trade, that you've got basically 9 days into your long option. And then on the opposite side, Kev, let's look at the 88 strike call calendar here. You're paying roughly about 50 cents on that.
Here it
one.
comes down now.
Upside. That's about
it shook me out a little bit seeing this
price here. You're paying
appear.
roughly 50-cent debit on that, $50 in risk on that particular trade. But now your break evens move to the upside, about 92 on the upside and about 85, 86 on the downside. So you've got a nice wide range there. You put them both together, you've got that double calendar, which would
and there we're getting maybe engulfing to the upside.
Risk about 95 cents or $95 on both of them, but you're not playing for the stock to kind of remain where it is. You just need it over the next week and a half to go towards either one. And I like that flexibility, Kev, with the double calendar. You can do both of them, create that double calendar, or just do one or the other based on where you think the stock's going to go. All right, Kev, good look at that example trade there in Best Buy based on Likefolio's data. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to take a look at KB Home, which reports earnings after the close.
Oh, KB. We're in earnings seasons. I haven't even looked at them. It's just melting down. Maybe find support right here. little choppy up here. Got out of my long, which is good. Rest of my indicators. Going back long, I suppose, if it breaks this. But need a real confirmation. That was nice. I'm glad I waited through this drop, because down here that contract's only worth like 300 bucks. Up here was like 800, and then I sold it up here for like 1100. So when it was coming down here, I thought it was going to keep coming, at least to here. But it didn't. Nice little bounce. Good thing I got out of that short. I guess AMV just makes trucks. Their speculation on charge speeds and range that they're gonna get with that charge is pretty pretty lofty. AMV consolidating up there. Just such a crazy little tight consolidation. Oh, back to no volume maybe?
Options, which you are, you want it to go as far away from that strike as possible, and in this case, either direction. Obviously, you'd rather have it go up because up is unlimited and downside is just to zero. But this is a 9-day or 10-day trade that plays for the large move, Tom.
Yeah, and you know, as we mentioned, there's 9 days left till expiration in it, so you've got some time, even if you don't get that move. You also have CPI data and the start of earnings season, Kevin, which, you know, it doesn't need to be the earnings that moves this stock. It could be any macro event also, or maybe, you know, some sector moves as far as movement in that. But you definitely need a move in this stock, this type of strategy. You're actually buying implied volatility, not selling it. So you need the stock to move either way, more than that one standard deviation that the option market's pricing in at this point of about $2.20. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today. Stick around right here in Fast Market. Next Gen Investing is coming up next.
Next Gen. So my exit on here, this is why it's always just patience. It doesn't always work out like this, but this gave me the confirmation to exit, but then not just exiting once that's confirmed, just right here. because there's false breaks and yeah. So whether the exit was good or not, my trigger was signaled. But exercising just patience and could have waited for a little move up before doing it. But if I waited that long, I maybe wouldn't have, because this is engulfing to the upside then, and it's on that support. But yeah, it's just chopping around now, so probably good too, regardless. Yeah, when is that BBY town hall meeting after hours today? Yeah, I think it's good how they're holding up here for sure. Doesn't look like it's the end of a run at all. Here's a little flush on SPY. Yeah, I mean, it's super bullish. This is when you want to start. I mean, maybe not today because this could go on for days, but when it's boring like this is when you want to start looking at options, considering long options. Ivy's still pretty pumped, but it probably won't get back into the 80s before another big move up, like it was. Setting up a nice little bull flag. AMV back to 200. Hanging out there. Another slow time of the day. AVYA is still holding up there too. Breaking that resistance, seems like you'd want to fill this gap, which is a pretty nice move. So, maybe a little day trade opportunity here, up to 50 cents. What account would I do it on? I do it on here. Yeah, I'm gonna go long on AVYA if it breaks that. Looks like it's about to. Got a market order for 5,300 shares. That's about $2,000. Might just do a limit order to sell it somewhere around here. Oh, I have to limit order. Buy's moving back up a little bit. There's a pop on SPY. If it breaks this and kind of seems like it's going to sustain it, I might go long on SPY. We'll see on this one. It could reject here, but so far it's looking good. Nothing might move for now though, since it's just 1 o'clock. I was muted, whoops. Oh, I took the long on Avia for shares. Muted that whole time. SPY broke the high, but might be rejecting. Avia might be also maybe a little too quick. We'll see, it did break that high. RSI divergence, but 5 minute to me doesn't really matter. Shoot, they might both be rejecting. So I was short on the ES here, maybe. I'll wait on Avia. It could still move up. PMX, you know all these musicians. That's awesome. Down a little on these shares. It's still looking good. The fact it didn't fully reject makes me think it wasn't just a false break. And it might just kind of keep grinding up, but you might see kind of an explosion too to the upside. Since I think it is in gap fill area now, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is all gap fill. Yeah, so there's no volume trade up here either, so theoretically it could just suck up to 50 cents pretty quick. Just has to get a little momentum in there. This thing has actually moved pretty slow. I didn't need to be hasty about it. I guess here's some volatility. I'm gonna pause that for now. I've got 5,300. Oh, it's Avaya? I guess the ticker's Avia. At 39.84. Like AMV kind of came down some. Yep, rejected that breakout there. Back to VWAP, probably at least. Could be a good entry to long if you're into that sort of risk. Bath is below VWAP, but still holding. It broke this support. Got this one. This one will probably break too. Probably back to this line or even the high here. Avia. On E-Trade, I don't think you can do market orders on penny stocks. I think that's what it said. Or it wouldn't let me enter it for some reason. There is that little RSI divergence. I definitely wouldn't typically look at that on the 5-minute, but it's there. Alright, Spy did break that high. I should have just played Avia on the break right here. I don't know what I was thinking. I just watched it. I guess I didn't know what account to trade on. Right, I might take the long here on... Oh, they almost got me. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm getting out of Avia. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. Let me out. Dang, took a little loss there. So a little false break. Probably back to VWAP on that one. Now SPY. Well, that's the very top one, so that is a legitimate top. We can hold up here for a couple. Oh, come on, Avia. Come on. Look at that. Sometimes the false breaks last a while, like it'll just hang out up here for a bit and then come down. AMV is a good, you know, kind of case for that. Looks like it might want to reject it though. %, increase in shorts. That's from like a month ago, or yeah, Ivy isn't terrible on GME. When I've given away profits, oftentimes it's been just getting back into a play too soon. I might go long here on SPY. Looks like it's holding above that support. It's a pretty slow breakout. Whoa, there it is. There it is. Wow. Rip popped. Alright, I went long. I got FOMO'd into that, but I think that means it's gonna go up, I think. That was crazy. Volume there on that pop too. Wow. Or does that mean it's gonna just come down now? Yeah, that maybe was just the opposite of what I was hoping. I'll leave it. Leave it. Weird. Batman, maybe that was a false break right there. So it just pops through it. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Data just came out or something. Something, some news. Twitter's considering selling usernames? That's not it. Jeez, that contract's down $400. $500. Gave back all my gains basically. What is happening? Holy volatility. Alright, I'm gonna try and be patient. Really just want to close it right there, but that was weird. I don't see any news other than Twitter selling usernames. Oh, 10-year notes? Bond auction came in or something? Oh, that was a while ago. That was crazy. Yeah, Friday is not much time for calls. Definitely got to wake up early if you've got weekly calls you're trying to profit on. Or at least get there in the first hour or two. They were probably profitable sometime today. Pretty far out of the money though. Should I dump my long? Take a loss? Seems like some news or data came out. Oh, reverse repo? Is that what it is? 2.1 trillion? It was either a bond auction or something, or that was strange. First the pop to the upside, and the quick just flush. I don't even think we have any data coming out today. Alright, 50 seconds for this candle to close. That's definitely engulfing. Maybe a false break. Maybe even shorting it here would be good. But I don't know, it seemed like that was on news. Or some sort of data. So it could just be that initial reaction. There's the engulfing candle. We get out of this. Yep. I take the loss on that. Dang it, that was bad. And a short here would probably be smart. It's just so much trading. Yeah, it literally went right back to that support. That one candle. Gave away half the profits from morning, unfortunately. On that stupid candle. Wow. I took the short. Got everything I need. Got engulfing. False breakouts happen often. It's like that's what that was. I don't know. Pulled up and out and maybe recover calls. Nice. Well done. Yeah, I couldn't open cover calls on my TD account. So I didn't do any. If BBBY can get up to like $4, then I can do cover calls in it. I'm still not seeing any news for that pop up and then pop down, but it seems like something came out. Oh, there is data today. Hold up. Oh, mortgage. Where the other econ calendar didn't show me anything. What time was that at? 1:20? 1 o'clock was the 10-year note auction. That's the last thing I see. That was just algos or something. This chop up here sucks though. I think it'll do what today? Now it's popping back up. I'm gonna hold my short. It's close to the high of the day. At a resistance. This thing's trying to shake me out though, wow. Oh! Whipsaw. Alright. I opened a natural gas contract instead. Too distracted with streaming. Open a nat gas instead of a ES. So, I'm good. I might take the short now though. Better entry for it. That's the second time today I've been saved. Okay. I'll wait for this chop. Whoa. Guess what that sound was? Alright, I got out of that natural gas contract. Now looks like setting up a bear flag. Even there, I should have waited longer to close my short. Or my long. From this move down. It's just like... how do you trade against computers? It's so crazy. And then data comes out and it just goes nuts. But look, this is coming back up to my cost. Gotta avoid the chop. Quit getting shaken out, man. Moving back up. Continuing the breakout.
Created by that group of individuals, which is looked at as forced labor, then it's pretty much caught up by U.S. Customs, and it's really hard to sell here in the United States. So there was a reversal in that particular policy after a review. So the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency actually released thousands of solar panels. And so we do see a little bit of an adjustment in this particular policy for the United States. And this analyst believes that that's going to be a good thing for Jinko Solar. They also believe that due to some material costs coming down as well, it's going to open up margins, and that's why they are bullish on the stock.
And when you're looking at this space, like there's been a lot of hype around this, let's say, over the last 6 months or so. Names like First Solar, of course, were kind of the rare winners that you could spot outside of kind of your traditional fossil fuel companies in 2022. Obviously, some optimism here now for JKS as well, Kevin. As you look at this name, though, it doesn't seem to have had as rocky of a last year as many other names, and today's just sort of that icing on the cake as it kind of solidifies itself as sort of a winner now over the last.
Just don't like that guy's voice very much. I'm happy for him. He's young, he's already on CNBC talking finance. I just don't like his voice very much. thing inch up, man. Jeez. Should have held a little longer, a little more patience on that play would have saved me a lot. Hey, C, John, what'd you roll your... How far out and up could you roll your BBBY calls? You rolling for a credit? Build your GME to. Oh, you had cover calls in GME also? Try and get a prominent. February. What? Is that the monthlies on February? That's not bad. Rolled for profit too. Thing is by that time, it'll probably be above that or below that price. I guess kind of remains to be seen. Basically, by that time, I think it would have maybe plummeted already, which is fine. You can just close them for the gain, or it'll be deep in the money. I guess you just roll it again. I don't know. I just think about like trying to exit the if you get stuck, if you're trying to exit it, you want to exit it, but your covered call hasn't lost value yet. You know what I mean? And then you're like trying to buy it back, but yeah. But yeah, it sounds like you got a good entry on it at least. Oh, you're rolling cover calls in GME too? Yeah. That's a little sketchy. I mean, maybe not. Depends when you're playing with it. Because this will probably slow down. $130 in fees. That's crazy. Yeah, for sure. Alright, looks like SPY is actually going to maybe continue to break out up here. I don't know what this shakeout was, but it worked. Natural gas is moving up.
So we'll see if that translates into any increased demand for KB Home in terms of Q4 or the outlook looking forward. If we do see an uptick, though, I'd be curious to see about commentary about any builder incentives or discounts. I've seen some stats that over 60% of home builders, more broadly, not just KB Home, are offering some sort of incentive to bolster sales, whether it be providing mortgage rate buy downs, paying points for buyers, or offering price reductions completely. So it'll be interesting to see what they have to say about that on the earnings call. Of course, the home builders are probably more incentivized, or they're more motivated sellers than current home owners who are kind of holding on to their homes because they also have lower mortgage rates. In terms of supply chain issues, we did see that impact Q3, and the company said that supply chain issues and building delays would likely carry through to Q4, so we'll see what they have to say about that, and in terms of backlog as well. But I think outlook is really going to be what's key for KB Home. We know that the macro picture is getting weaker, but we'll have to see what they have to say in terms of, what demand is like and what their outlook is going forward.
Yeah, no doubt. I think they'll be focused on that average selling price. KBH looking for just over 500,000, consensus for just under that mark. You talked as well about the backlog, just over 800 or 8,700, I think, is what the expectation is. And then, of course, margins. So, what does that look like combined with the average selling price? But any final thoughts on KBH or the home builders in general before we let you go?
Well, especially speaking about margins, too, we've been seeing some positive notes from analysts on the space. Bank of America was out with a few upgrades today, has a neutral rating on KB Home, but boosted its price target. The analyst there did to $38. So it's currently trading around $36. So a little bit of upside from there. He's cautious on housing demand, especially in the first half of this year, but he's more bullish on the setup for some of these home builder stocks, mentioning specifically builder margins benefiting from lower input costs. We know the price of lumber has come down. He sees that home builder margins are set to bottom in the first half of this year. Also bullish because he says valuations are already priced
settling
in,
down
in terms of weak demand and deterioration in home prices, and that mortgage rates have come off those 2022 peaks, which should help some of these home builder stocks. In terms of KB Home specifically, pretty much split between buy and hold.
I love that BBY just blew through this resistance and these, and now it's consolidating
with a median price target of
up above here.
So not a ton of upside
awesome.
from here, but still upside nonetheless versus something a bit more bearish. So, so we'll have to see what they have to say this afternoon.
And speaking of that upside, obviously outperforming the rest of its
seems like it's consolidating so high, but then we look here on the daily, it's like that's a huge wick.
These earnings not too shabby for KB Home, but we'll leave it there. Caroline Woods, appreciate all of your thoughts, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now coming up next is a topic, Alex, I know you're dying to talk about. Well, we are looking at Victoria's Secret having a nice day after disclosing its fourth quarter guidance update.
All right,
as well
this
as
candle
share
might become
repurchase
engulfing.
program. We'll dive into those reports coming up next.
Yeah, just re-short, cover as slow, as mellow as possible. Maybe.
Watch This can help you keep track of security.
All right, it's gonna give us engulfing now. It's above this resistance though. Not terribly. Got 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. Sometimes you get some moves on the hours. Oh, I dare say I took a short. Nat gas is ripping up. Maybe I go long on that. At a resistance, maybe go short here. All right, is this going to be the move down? Got a long ways to go to VWAP. 392.58. That'd be a pretty nice move. I would get back my losses from this move. There's a little flush. Oof. Okay. Now that I'm a little bit into the green. Good. War chest, wanting to make your calls free. Kind of late. Really, when you want to short the calls is in the morning when it's exciting. But yeah, I mean, IV's still high for sure, so you could make them free with some shorts. You don't have to do all of them. You can do partial. Okay, should I put in a stop limit in case this thing wants to reverse? And just chop around more, probably. Still not too far in the money on it. Could just come down here and test like this level. This level. There you go. Let it out. Yeah, that's it. All right, still have a gap fill down there and a gap fill to the upside, but we haven't even gotten to the gap up here. So it could be double topping here on the longer term. Could be a cup and handles of sorts. Oh, we're gonna get hourly close. Yeah, this will be engulfing potentially on the hourly. Ooh, that would be good for the short. Let's see, this opened 393.85. This closed 393.84. Yep, just barely engulfing. All right, I'm putting in this stop limit. I'm pretty far away from my price now. Contract's up 112, 125. All right, I'm gonna do it. So I put a stop limit, basically 1 point, 1 tick in the money. So it'll cover my cost of the transaction if it fills. And that gas made a move up. Breaking this resistance. Is finally going to be the floor on it. Candle like that would look like it. And that would confirm this RSI divergence from back here. Dare to try to go long again on natural gas. That 5-minute candle closed pretty low. 5 minutes at 2 o'clock. See if it finds support here again. This area. Oh. If it does, I'll probably close it here. If it flushes, probably here or even VWAP. Whoa. About to get stopped out. Don't do it. Close am I? Pretty close. Cancel it? Yeah. Leave it. Okay.
And this is what they're really telling us, I think, in their numbers. And at the end of the day, also, forgot to mention, $250 million share buyback. If you look at the market cap, about 2.7 billion, so it's less than 10%. So that's also meaningful as well.
For a secret buying back
George,
shares.
I stand corrected. I guess this was more positive than I initially read, and I like to see it. We also got positive updates from American Eagle and Abercrombie and Fitch earlier this week, preceding, of course, Lululemon's update that was dismal. So I guess I like to see some of these smaller apparel names of maybe yesteryear are faring better than would be expected. So I like to add that on
VSCO
positive
was kind of
note.
like a squeeze play at one point,
Victoria's
wasn't it?
Secret making a nice move higher today. Can't argue with that, but We'll leave it there, George. Appreciate all of your thoughts. Senior markets correspondent for the network, and that also does it for Alex and myself for this
It'd be good to go along
Wednesday's
with some
Next Gen
retail.
Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
Yeah, it seems like all this retail is ripping. Look at that. RT gapped up. Don't always see gaps on ETFs. That's probably part of the contribution of GME and BVY moving. Oh, GME's back up to VWAP. 2 o'clock. BBBY not doing it. Market not really selling off, just filling slowly. So I could get more shares in my long term. TD, I have to wait until BBY comes up more. I could call them. And find a way. I think it's smart. Could just short puts here too, even. Might just do that. It's crappy because it's an update, but breaking VWAP now. Guess I can do it on this account. Could get the shares, but we do just kind of consolidate and then even retest. Those short puts would be much nicer. So let's see, how many can I do? Put okay. Options. Delta open. $17. Pretty good. Wow. Yeah, I like that. The delta on that one. I'm looking at January's 17 strike. It's a 24 delta. I'm about to get stopped out. Don't do it. 17's not bad. I might take that. I do that many? I don't think I can do that many. Can I do that many? No. Alright, I can do 12 of them. So 12 of them for 17 strike for next Friday. We got CPI tomorrow, which could definitely move the markets. Just probably my biggest concern. I'm doing it also on an up day, which isn't ideal. But in case this thing keeps rallying, even if it starts to consolidate, it'll lose IV probably to both the calls and the puts. All right, I'll do it. 732 in credit, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice credit. It's 20K of capital. 20 weeklies, GME. Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah, you've waited a long time, so if it is going to move up, and today you've got 2 hours, so it's not a bad play. Yeah, I'm going to do this. So I'm asking it, or I put the limit order at the ask, so I'm kind of waiting for it to fill. Might have to come down some for it to fill at the ask, but the spread's actually pretty tight. And then I could do another like 10 of them on TD if I was able to open a position. Did it fill? Ah, it did. It stopped me out. Dang it. Kind of want to get back into it. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into it. We've got red under the 9, bearish MACD. I typically don't like to get back into something if it stopped me out, but in this case I will. All the data for the day is out. It would only be news that would cause a big move, I think, either way. Up has been pinned at 10%. My short puts on BBY today they're up 3 grand. Only 9,000 to go. Yeah, I like this little kind of bear flag that's setting up. We have the red candle under the 9 moving average, bearish MACD, and all the reasons why this was a top. We had this engulfing candle, which then shook out up here, but doesn't change that this engulfing candle was a sign of reversal. And this engulfing candle, and all of this is at resistance. Given it is kind of a little above the resistance, but it's close enough to merit it. And in 25 minutes, this will be an engulfing candle if it closes down here on the hourly. So flushing down a little bit here. I don't have a stop loss on it now since it's closer to the money, so I'm going to wait until I'm a little further in it. GME's moving up here. I haven't gotten filled yet. Oh, I did get filled. Nice. So I got filled before that pop. And they're up. I'm up 15 bucks on them. Don't you love short puts? Okay, put it in Discord. Jan short puts. I'll do CSP. CSP? I put short puts in there and people don't know what that, they just think it's bearish because it says puts. Noise move down here. There it is. Okay, those contracts are up 175. Figure VWAP probably be 400, which will just basically give me back that stupid candle that ate my gains that I got shaken on. Up, up, and away. That's right, baby. Up. Yeah, I'm up like 30-something% on up. Box D did really well too. I sold out a day early. It was up like 40% yesterday. Down 8% today, but look at this thing. It went up to 67 cents. I closed this out a day early and got my account in trouble because I was in and out of a covered call once my account was below 25K. I wasn't even thinking. Did you sell your, or were you in up at all? Contra? BBY moved back to VWAP 2 there. Jimmy broke VWAP. And SPY. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold. Why do you gotta do that? I'm gonna put a limit order to close it. Definitely bounced like right on my line there. I think we're on our way down, but I don't want this to go against me. You and me. Had some volume pick up there too, around 2 o'clock. That's at 2 o'clock. Sometimes the market shifts. Guess I could have just taken profits at that support, but that's to time it so much. Candle. 20 seconds? Really? That's what it's gonna be? I got those puts just in time. Nice. 0-day SPY calls. Wow. All right. Well, I guess yep, I think I just got stopped out there. Yep, I did. So glad I put that in. If it comes down, oh well. Yeah, it just came down, test this support, and bullish candle. I should probably go along with you, Contra. You did pretty well before. I don't know if I see much upside on SPY though. Just today, I mean. Got pretty weak when it broke that resistance. And something crazy happened here. On the fly. Yeah, BBY breaking VWAP. We might get our afternoon rally. Oh boy. I did short puts, but very, very conservative way to capitalize on upside movement, especially since mine are out of the money. That's okay. Mm-hmm. Just looking at some debit spreads on GME. I don't think this is the big move yet. I really think this is a bounce and settling and then a big move. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for a more mellow day to go long. But I think it is kind of confirming this is at least a bottom or close to a bottom, which is what I needed to do those short puts. Can't believe this shook me out, stopped me out. Yeah, I've got BB. I've got. I think I have a larger position in BBY than GME. Not initially my cost, but current market value. Yeah, I think so. I turned a lot of GME into swinging shares. I couldn't afford to hold that large of a position indefinitely. Yeah, so I've got 2,400 shares on BBY here. And then on my long term, I've got these cash secured puts, 8 cash secured puts. But I've got 59 of them, so that's 5,900 shares. So 7,000. 8,300, I think, 8,300 shares or equivalent of shares. And then I mean I did just open up GME short puts, so that's bigger now. Yeah, I've got exposure to BBY. I'm under on it, underwater. This looks like it wants to come down again, but I don't know. That is a pretty bullish bounce off of that support, and it's just too choppy. It stopped out both ways. I see it consolidating, and with that you might have it test some supports. I don't yeah, I mean it could keep running though too. You usually don't just have like a V. You know, usually it'll kind of dead cat bounce, but that doesn't mean it's going to keep going down. It's a dead cat bounce, and then kind of somewhat of a retest of that support. Find the buyers. So it might not come all the way back down to 15, but probably some sort of consolidation and chop for a little bit. But it could rip up some more before it even does that. So that is a possibility for sure. You know, this run might not be over as far as like 7% days. We could have one more of these, but I don't think back to back. I think we'll probably slow down. Similar to something like here, bounce and some consolidation. Yeah, because we've just been in a downtrend. This basically just ended our downtrend, like here. You know, some big up days and some good days, but it's yeah. We just haven't had any ups, so yeah. I don't necessarily see us going to 11 though anymore. Not with these last 2 days. I thought this day and this day and yesterday I was I kind of flipped because I thought we were looking for big volume into red, and now I'm more open to the idea that we don't have that to signify a bottom, since we are post split and price action has been different. this was a bottom here. But this was increasing red volume and then a bounce. So it could be different. We're getting increasing volume now, but it's more on the green day. Very solid intraday chart there for the basket. Is rip me near 34? November deferred OPEX. Yeah. Yep. No, I don't think it's over. I'm just, you know, it could have another big move before it consolidates for sure. You know, BBY had a 40% move today, so that could come before it consolidates. Momentum right now is up for sure. How quickly it continues up? Anyone's guess. $34. The price targets, I don't know. I don't like to give price targets either. Yeah, there's your calls, Contra. Because if it's a percentage move, it would be like 25. It's a similar percentage, unless it's one of the big moves, which it could be since we're so low and these compounding OPEX obligations that they haven't fulfilled potentially. I mean, which makes sense, but it is speculation for sure. And if that is the case, so even back here on this big run, you could say, okay, they deferred OPEX here because this was our longest time coming down without a spike. Really. So look at this move. That was 150%. We're starting from much, not much lower, but somewhat lower. Shoot. Deleting stuff. You really just are waiting for that resistance, waiting for the SPY, the market to shut it down, halts on GME. You know, any one of those signs are kind of a top, but it could keep running until they turn it off, basically, as sad as that is. That puts it about 40 if we have the same percentage, and this was the bottom. 38. Which, yeah, so that's kind of a resistance in this range where these peaks hit. But, you know, there's a lot of barriers to get through before there. Gotta get back through the 20, all the 20 range, all that area where there's lots of volume trade in here. So you're gonna see a lot of slowing down in here. But up until 21, 22, you know, up until we get to those resistances, previous supports, it could go pretty quick. Either does it just straight up like this? It could, yeah. Or it could consolidate some and then keep going. Yeah, but I mean, everything looks bullish on it. Increasing volume, bullish MACD, green over the 9. That's all the signals I like to see. $34 is possible. Yeah, I think much higher than that's possible. Did I delete my? I did. So if we're looking at kind of that ceiling that we've had. Oh shoot. I think I did it on the bodies, but let me see what this brings up. No, more like that then. Yeah. If there is some point of resistance that they kind of get shut down at, where it kind of starts to go parabolic, as S3 guy said. We did see it. I mean, it was over 30. It started to go parabolic, so to speak. And it didn't make it much over that, and that line has been decreasing. That kind of halt and shut down the run line. So I put this one on here. That probably does more candle bodies. I move that one too, though. Yeah, actually, or like that. It's those tips and then the bodies here. So that would put it probably closer to what you're talking about, bipolar. 28, 30 range. But what does it do from there? Does it shut down and come down and make new lows, or does it then hold up a higher support, that 25 or so? But maybe it's the time it breaks out and just keeps going. $19.40. Yeah, I've got $19.40 drawn here. Imagine that. Last time this happened, were a double FINRA deferral. If everything's the same as far as that goes that we had in January, then yeah, I would imagine much more than $30 or even 35. If we don't stop. Well, I sure hope I get more exposure if that's the case. I've seen that tin about DFE's tweets on the deferral dates. Falls BBBY at 52%. Lucky, lucky, lucky. CPI could be. Yeah, I mean, the market's pricing in a low CPI print, which it is. And if it comes in even at expectations, very well could trigger a sell-off. If it comes in even lower than expectations, it still could. You really don't know. It could go either way. But if it comes in high, we'll probably assume a dump. Higher than expectations. Like much higher. Right, we don't have retail FOMO. That's why I said, well, I was referring more to FINRA. Yeah, we don't have easy money flowing around. We don't have anxious new traders. Yeah, that part of the environment is not here. But if everything else is, as far as deferrals, then I'm not saying we go up into the 450s or whatever it is now, $30. That's BY. I'm not saying we go back to January levels, but I would think it would be at least more than $30 if it was that. Because if we haven't had that since January, and all these peaks, 48, this was 86. I don't think we go to 120 just with that, but I would imagine it would be a bigger rip than we've had since January. Other than January, rather. So this one was 150%, which would put us up to $40. Going by percentages. Bigger than that, And maybe it doesn't go by percentages, maybe it's more price. Maybe this top levels are what matters, where they have to shut it down, and not percentage of the run. That cup and handle, it's glorious. I mean, we definitely would get some retail FOMO. Just the retail FOMO just doesn't have as much money this time. I mean, I think BBBY is going to probably start getting some. I think it has already gotten some. I mean, you had CNBC saying a short squeeze on BBY because it could be going bankrupt. So, and then now this move is huge. It's already done. It's 180% top to bottom. I mean, we're at what, 150%. This is massive. It's hard to tell sometimes with such a low share value, but that's a huge move. And then with how loaded the options are, I mean, you gotta imagine that's definitely some retail in there. Hasn't gotten like out of control yet at all, but 50% could be the beginning of something getting out of control. But I mean, yeah, GME hasn't had that yet. So yeah, that 1940 from that previous support. That's where I figured we'd bounce to. You watched yesterday's video, I thought might get a bounce all the way up to 1940. And yeah, it's looking like it's going to stay below that. Today, at least. And so I could see it consolidating, maybe retesting some lows before move up. Maybe this 17 level has some significance around there. Yeah. Maybe testing this 18 or maybe even 17. We've also seen new lows before a rally. CPI dumps the market. Timed with GME losing steam. Could be good opportunity for some long puts. I don't have stops on BPY, no. Because I'm still out of the money on it, and I still think it's gonna go. I think it'll keep going. Another 50%, and I will then start considering what I want to do with my position. We'll see. In hindsight, that might end up being stupid, like I should have done stuff here, but I don't think this is over on BBY. Especially because this, to me, this isn't on any speculation of news, even though Discord might be saying that, or someone on Reddit. I don't think this move is on that. So if we do actually start to get legitimate news, then I think this could get even more out of control. But even without that, I think this has more to go. I did a lot of dilution. That's true. True. Saw cover call leaps. Yeah, it could be. Could be shorts closing and repositioning. I mean, price action hasn't shown that yet. But yeah, I mean, so one of these days you might get a big intraday move to the upside and then a long down day of taking profits. But with how the option chain is loaded up, I mean, they were already deep hedging some of this stuff Wednesday. If it can hold up any kind of these numbers by Friday, you know, all of these are out of the money started this week. Not all of them, I guess. People have bought them since then, but this is a ton of shares that have gone in the money. 24,000 contracts. And if this has to be hedged for next week, which is a short week, so that might mess some things up. But then next week, the gamma ramp is. I don't know why there's so much open interest on this thing, honestly. Like, when did this is this all people from like when RC was in? Like, where did this come from? And then, of course, if bankruptcy is off the table, or if there's some sort of merger or acquisition, and they want it at $10 a share, or of course, then it will rip. But even I think just the actual news or rumors of it should cause it to go. But I could be wrong. I mean, yeah, I could take losses on it today. It would be taking a loss on these short puts on the long-term account. It'd be a $9,400 loss, I think. It says I'm down, but I've rolled this enough times I'm not even sure anymore. And then on this account, it would be a $7,400 loss. So it would sting pretty good. Better than it was at, but that's things. I don't I can't sell covered calls yet, but that is something I want to do. I need it to get a little higher for my account balance. Leap puts, but the IV is so high, I don't really want to buy into this. BBIG. Yeah, this thing's been pretty dead for a bit. I haven't been watching SPY, guys. I could have been losing money on futures. Look at that move up. Where are you at, Subway Cup? You are a genius. No, sure. As you go further out, it's going to be lower. Yeah, that's definitely true. Leap puts, but the stock's only at $3. Downside is not great. But you're just saying as a hedge against my shares? Yeah. Hate to put more money into it, even though it would be a hedge. I haven't looked at let's see what January on BBY. Yeah, the 276% IV. Wait, no, that's April. 197. Yeah, it's extremely high. For a leap, that's out of control. There's probably a lot of demand there too. I mean, this BBY is getting priced for bankruptcy. And so if it doesn't go bankrupt, it's a great deal. Anything other than bankruptcy, and this is a good deal. So, and that is the same situation GME was in. GME had, there's other stuff too, of course, but they were pricing GME for bankruptcy, so they go bankrupt, so they got stuck, and now the stock chart looks like a penny stock that trades OTC that did go bankrupt, but instead of in the pennies, it was in the hundreds, and now it's been split. It's in the 20s and 30s. Here's the handle. BBBY outpacing. Covered call premium. Cover my puts. So my covered call premium. I mean, you can't write covered calls on short puts, I don't believe. So that would be a naked short call. And yeah, I mean, I could receive premium from covered calls on my shares. And I'll probably either do covered calls or just sell the shares once I'm able to on this account. See, this account dropped below 25K, which it's been a long time, or maybe never has been below that. So wasn't really paying attention, and I got I don't know, good faith violation or whatever. So it's closing positions only. I can't even open up a covered call, which is so stupid. But I think once this comes back up, if it makes it back up to 25K, then we'll be able to do covered calls. And it will if BBY keeps going. That's why I say BBY has to come high enough, and then I can do covered calls. And then the short puts, there's nothing I'm really doing with those. They're just burning theta. and I will probably roll them if they're still in the money. They expire next Friday. So see if I can roll them down. Actually see what those roll for right now. Probably not much. They're at 8. Yeah, shares and short puts. I got them both. So rolling short puts though super far out or even leaps like doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because if it, as far as short puts, it's better maybe just to close, because if it is going to go bankrupt, it's not going to, it might have some spikes in price like bankrupt stocks do at times, but it's probably not going to like sustain a higher level, be able to get out of short puts by expiration. It'll most likely come down. Both of them are kind of retesting that high. SPY just chopped its way to a new high. Congratulations. Oh, wow. Oh, no, never mind. It's 10. Let's see here. I can almost, it's gotten a lot better with this 150% on BBBY. Another like 40% day, and I should have a pretty good roll. It's too late. Yeah, I mean, it very well could go bankrupt. And I do I should think about an exit, even if it doesn't get to my break-even price. So maybe just bind to close these short puts instead of rolling it. I can just looking at the rolls. I could maybe roll down to $7 for May. Yeah, these are way better options now than last time I looked. Yeah, it looks like I could roll to 7 puts for June. Yeah, potentially I'd wait for bankruptcy because it'd be cheaper then, but there's a lot of hassle waiting for bankruptcy if they're gonna take it over. Was saying that just all because then you're going through courts and stuff for everything. It's just they don't necessarily always do that because you end up paying a lot just through all the bankruptcy filings and proceedings or whatever, however that works. So it's not necessarily worth it to wait. Yeah, I think this one. So this one I can roll. So I have 59 of them in here. 8 puts. I can get a credit, I think. Yeah, $433. Rolling it from January to June and down a strike. There's no 7.5. It'd just be rolling it down a strike. What's nice is then it releases some capital. So since I'm only has to hold $700 instead of $800. What's nice about rolling down also. So if you're still bullish on it, you can always roll down and then even add some contracts with the newfound capital. AMV. It's okay, AC. All right, man. I mean, you know, that's a pretty rational thinking. Buy's breaking out here. Oh, I want to take that long. Do I dare? Coming into power hour. The breakout. It's got such nice upside potential. Things just been so melty and choppy though since it's been at this high.
anymore. So I think a lot of people, I know myself, have a 65-inch.
There's
I'm
a
looking
pop.
for 75 and 77-inch, which are coming to be the new standards. And they're relying now on QD OLED, which is quantum dot OLED. It's an improved version, basically, of OLED that improves the brightness and color contrast and makes just movie watching that much better. So that's going to be, I think, the immediate thing. There was also a lot of stuff around health and fitness, as always. There's a lot around AR and VR, which is the promise that keeps on promising that never delivers. Perhaps we'll see something later this year. I still think Apple is the secret here to cracking that one, instead of these smaller companies who are more poised to be bought out by companies like Apple, Samsung, and Microsoft. Turning to cars. Cars are becoming gadgets. Tesla did this a few years ago with great success, and now you're starting to see other companies get on board, like BMW, who introduced a new system that, what we're seeing is smart cars with displays that act on things you want to do. They have cameras, they have sensors. And with Samsung, it can connect up to your home network and use all, of course, Samsung's connected devices.
It's been shaken out so much today.
Of course, if you have a Galaxy smartphone, it will work better there as well. And so you're going to start to see a lot of these cars, but this is down the road in the coming years as these companies, automakers start to adopt these systems like LG's cockpit computer. You're going to start to see these come into cars, and it's going to be really kind of cool. This, I feel like, is where the future is and what we've always envisioned. I own a Tesla myself, full disclosure, and every time I get into it, I'm just like, yeah, this is what a car should look like with a full computer as the main display. So that's going to start to go more mainstream.
That seems pretty cool. I mean, those are all cool things that you're talking about. So you had TVs, you had health and fitness, you had VR, AR, smart car technology in sorts, and it sounds like computers was something else that maybe regular folks could delve into. I mean, color, ink, twisting screens. Maybe that was the maybe that was the gimmick gadget time of twisting screens. I mean, tell me about the computers.
Sure. So let's be honest here. The PC market is flattening out. Post-pandemic, things are returning to normal. It'll still be a higher market than what it was pre-pandemic, which is good news, especially since a lot of the buyers were enterprise, and those companies will be going through a cycle in a couple of years to buy new computers. So what did we see new this year? And you're right, there's some, I would say, gimmicks, but companies are definitely trying new things. Lenovo took a lot of awards, including from ourselves, for some new computers. They have the Lenovo ThinkBook Twist, I believe it's called, and it's literally a twisting screen that rotates around. Why would you do that? Well, you can use it as a tablet, of course, and they have actually had this design about 10 years ago. It was called the Helix, but they brought it back this time, and now it actually has two displays. On the inside is a standard LCD high-quality display, but on the outside is color e-ink, which then can be used for writing, taking notes, reading books, and can be basically always on. You can also flip the screen around, so you can actually use the e-ink for, say, in Windows itself, and you can use it for a word processor because it has a higher refresh rate now, and that's going to be very good for conserving battery life. So this is really kind of an enterprise play here, but it's a really cool experiment.
Higher refresh rate, conserving battery life.
Always done, pretty crazy things.
Is it the opposite?
Speaking of, the other crazy thing they did was announce a dual screen PC. Now, Microsoft originally kind of introduced this design around 2019. It was called the Surface Neo, and they later canceled it. But it looks like Lenovo was inspired and went ahead, and they're going to release this spring. So it's got two screens side by side. In the middle is a hinge, but that hinge is also a powerful set of speakers. Now, this device can be used in many different ways. It folds closed like a book. It has an on-screen keyboard that you can use with a virtual touchpad for the mouse, but it also has a physical keyboard that attaches via magnet. So if you want that, you can do that too. So you can use this thing as a book. You can use this for double screens on each side. You can flip it vertically, horizontally. It has pen support, of course. It's one of the most versatile computers, and this is going to be for the consumer market. This is going to be called the Yoga 9i, and it's probably won't be cheap, but it's a really fascinating device about
Those
what
Yogas are actually
future
pretty nice.
computers may actually look like, and I think we'll see more of these designs going forward.
All right. So, and what does that run like? Roughly a price point?
No pricing announced, but I would bet probably around $1,800 to $2,000.
Okay. Also a couple of other things I was thinking about. Gamers. Was there anything that jumped out to you for gamers and teenagers?
So at least for gaming, the big company that was there was Razer, and Razer has picked up a lot of awards again from other media publications, including ourselves. They announced a new speaker system that goes below the computer monitor that it actually has a sensor in it with beamforming technologies and detects your face presence and then shapes the sound according to your location and time and space. It's pretty wild, and it worked really well. It simulates full surround sound, and it was just absolutely remarkable. And I encourage anyone, if they get a chance to hear it, there's a reason why it's picking up so many awards. It's truly outstanding. They co-built it with THX, who is no stranger to sound technology. They also introduced a new laptop called the Blade 16, which is the best of both worlds, because finally we don't have to choose between 4K displays and full HD displays
short here.
and based on
We're trying to get the
refresh rates.
breakout.
This was always the challenge. You can get 4K, lower refresh rate,
This is
or you
choppy.
can get the lower one, higher refresh rate. They made a display that does both, and you just switch between them. It's truly fascinating technology.
Why would you want
need a whole
lower
hour on
refresh rate?
This topic.
I could talk
and
for an
break
hour,
it down.
definitely.
Yeah, well, no, because you have so much passion, and there's so many exciting things when we talk about the smart car technology and the cockpit computers, and also just how things are moving forward as far as carbon emissions and reducing that. There's just so much to discuss, but it's so exciting. Thank you for bringing it all to us, Daniel
These cockpit
Rubino,
computers,
Windows
never heard of
Central.
that.
Always glad to have you on the show. Thank you. That was very cool. Coming up next, let's focus on energy stocks. 2-year rally. Can it continue? Which names should be on your radar?
I think I was muted. Awa. Beware. Back to high. Might open a short here and then hold through CP Lie. That'd be fun. Watch big numbers fly up and down. Almost 60% again on BPY. I'm down on those short puts now. Gee me. That should not even be possible. Bad day to enter him, so I should expect to be down on him for a bit. I guess holding my long today would have played out better. This chart almost looks like yesterday. Yesterday had a bigger morning, but just kind of this melt up and then volatility down and then more ups. Never coming back down to test. So, kind of similar, huh? No, I appreciate it. It's good to talk sense, especially on these big up days. It can affect your emotions and not be realistic or be in reality. So I appreciate it. And yeah, I mean that is a rational thinking for sure. Like it's probably going bankrupt. We see this with bankrupt stocks or stocks going bankrupt. Big moves to the upside. So it's not uncommon. Doesn't mean it's gonna turn around. I think some of it AC is just people that probably took big loss on BBY, so there's emotions there still. And so You know, that could be part of it. They don't want it to work because they've already taken their loss, which I get. Think I'm gonna have a tequila tonight. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, I haven't watched CNBC too much today, but I didn't see him mention it. They did talk about it yesterday. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I think so. And they were saying, yeah, you know, it could short squeeze because it's probably going to go bankrupt. I was like, yeah, that's true. I mean, we've seen Kodak, we've seen Hertz, seen Revlon, we've seen what Carvana on there, Redbox. You know, not uncommon, especially with one that's already had some attention from media and retail. So add that with this options chain. I don't know why it's so stacked. Nice. Well, you've done better than a lot if you made money on it, so that's good. All right, power hour is upon us. Spy, you want to fill that gap, don't you? After all this stupid chop, melt up. Gamma Max is 6. So yeah, I don't really follow Gamma Max or Gamma Neutral. That basically like a ceiling on BBY. If it breaks above that, there's a ton of hedging that has to take place, or what does that mean exactly? Yeah, I mean $6. I think I would be profitable on all the positions. I'm back down at VWAP. Oh, Vulcan. Vulcan woke up today. Oh, it's been awake. Oh, okay. I might have to get a little position in Vulcan. Feel a little late, but better late than wrong. Let's see here. This just looks like kind of the risk on rally we've had the last few days, so maybe not much. Maybe I'll wait on this one actually. I do like trading this one though. Oh, what's let's see, what's that one that EV, yeah, this one. This one always had nice swooping price action. want to have contracts open for tomorrow that are a little bit profitable.
That could be really just a very dangerous mentality if peak inflation is happening because the economy is going to hit a wall. Now, that being said, there's a few things that are missing. Where's Bitcoin? Up 0.5%. BTC still is really not taking part in some of these frothier type of days. And actually, I put a good deal of belief into Bitcoin as a gauge of risk-taking appetite. Obviously, if you know me, you know I'm a very sincere crypto cynic, so this is the only thing I use Bitcoin
Yeah, this
for.
was what's interesting to me.
But I
with
think it is.
Mara
It's
and Riot
great
ripping up so much, and
value
Bitcoin
proposition.
not really going
That
crazy.
is as a gauge of risk-taking appetite. And actually, it's worked pretty well over the past 9 months because Bitcoin has not really experienced any major rallies. The stock market has, and all the rallies from the stock market have failed. So Bitcoin, I think, has actually proven itself quite well as a gauge of risk-taking
Spy wanting to break
behavior.
out here.
And that's where I do think that you should probably take some of these trades with a grain of salt the last 3 days that are trying to bet on big comebacks and beating down names. If you are going to get some giant thrust of optimism and refrothing of risk assets, Bitcoin will take part. That I'm quite certain of.
Can you clear this
The level
too?
I'm watching is 18,500. If we go back to that chart real quick. The
Yeah, that's
line
all
in the
I've done.
sand there is pretty clear. That's the level that's going to tell us if something really is changing or not. If BTC can trade above 18.5, then
That's
that tells
interesting.
us that you definitely do have some very
Think about.
real change in investing appetite. Until that happens, I think we should be very wary of chasing rallies in stocks that have been in deep fundamental malaise. All right, a few other things to point out here.
Thanks,
Crude
BMX.
oil right now up 3.3% following an EIA report that showed a very big build in inventories. I think this is a story we have to follow very closely right now. The chart of crude oil is trading near the lows. Natty gas is trading well off the highs. Natty gas has been crashing. So if these two commodities are telling us anything about economic possibilities, then it looks kind of dire. That being said, I think there's probably a good bit of evidence here that the downside in crude and nat gas are probably supply related, given how much of the conversation behind natty gas was about limited supplies.
Natty gas,
And then
he
for
calls it
crude
natty
oil
gas too.
You see the big build, and it seems like maybe we have now priced that in though, because today's big build in inventories for crude leading to a rally in crude, I think tells us a few things. I think it tells us, one, that the market clearly has started to price in a big build in the inventories, which would then suggest that some of the selling over the last 6 months has been about a supply-driven shift from 8 months ago when we had a very difficult supply proposition for energy prices, and that was driving energy prices higher. Given the Russia-Ukraine situation, the lack of energy options, that was a big catalyst for higher energy prices. So now today, when we see a surplus of inventories in crude, and crude oil's up, I think that is pretty good evidence that the past 6 months of declines have probably been about inventories building up and the supply chain problems easing, but that now that narrative might be fully priced in. So if you accept that logic, then the logic that would follow is that maybe crude oil can start to trade more like copper and some of the other commodities we've seen here responding to China's reopening trend. So it's something to keep an eye on. Just a thought. Let's see if it pans out, because we've spent a lot of time talking about China's reopening, but the fact that crude's down at the lows doesn't really work with that. But if crude has been about this inventory issue, maybe it'll start to reflate as China reopens. Also, just want to point out another sign of the optimism today: big spread between consumer discretionary companies up 2.5% and staples down. All right, Kevin Hanks, Caroline Woods, kicking off the show with me here this afternoon. Okay, guys, so quite a day here, Caroline. It's like take a basket
The
of
volume
some
has
of the
been
worst performers
decreasing
in the
here on
past year and
SPY
the
with
best
this rally.
performers today. Is that fair to say?
So Another
and it sounds like
bearish
you're taking it with a grain of
look.
salt,
Yeah,
as
like
you
a
said,
whole,
because you're
you
not
know,
seeing it.
like a whole
'cause you're
cabinet
not
of
seeing
salt,
it span
like
through to
Costco
Bitcoin,
size.
but yeah, so far in 2023, it seems like appetite for risk is certainly increasing, and we're seeing a lot of that risk appetite play out today, and some of those beaten down, highly speculative, often shorted names.
I do want to take the
just kind of
short
running
here
through the list. Of course, leading the way is
before
Bed
close.
Bath & Beyond. It's up more than 50% today, 52%, which, keep in mind, is only about $1 or so for Bed Bath & Beyond. But, it's cutting costs as it continues to lose customers and burn through cash, swing a potential bankruptcy amid all of these declines. So a lot of speculation there. Bringing some other stocks with it, including AMC, which is up 18%. We're seeing GameStop, the old school meme stock, that's up about 6% today. Carvana, another stock that's gotten absolutely pummeled, it's up more than 20%, although still down over 97% over the past year. Speaking of beaten down, Peloton is up 7% today. It's actually up 32% so far in 2023. And that's despite a price target cut today from Morgan Stanley, who's in the equal weight camp. But its price target is $4.50. So it's currently trading around $10.52. So obviously not having much of an impact. But yes, definitely risk on. Not sure if some of these are setting up for a short squeeze or what. But very different feel today, or actually so far in 2023, than we saw in 2022.
Yeah, some of these are now multiple days in the going. Some of these charts have a pretty good week-long.
I took a short here on ES.
Now. What do you think about it, Kevin?
See a little double
we've done
top.
here many times before.
I want
and it
short
never really works
exposure.
out. But I guess one time it might. One day.
Something I might hold.
Someday will be the bottom.
Listen, I think this market is drifting today. The numbers are a little bigger than you might think for a drift, but I still think the market's drifting. 10 of 11 S&P sectors are higher, Oliver, but you've also got the VIX higher today as well. So there is a little bit of caution going into tomorrow's CPI. It's going to be a big number. The whispers are that you may get a negative print on the headline CPI. The market would probably react pretty favorably. With a market obsessed with inflation, Oliver, a negative print in headline CPI would certainly fuel the fire that peak inflation has come and gone. So listen, we wait, and then we get banks earnings on Friday. So the pace of this week is certainly going to pick up tomorrow morning. We've had all secondary and third level data up until now, Oliver. We're going to get a big one tomorrow morning.
Yeah, some of it does just kind of feel like we are holding off, waiting, and in that vacuum, bulls taking advantage to try and push some of this stuff. What's the vibe down there, Caroline? Are people pumped for tomorrow, thinking that it's going to be the big confirmation we need, or is there still some anxiety around these prints? Last time, by the way, was weird. If we recall, there was all that trading activity like 30 minutes before the number even came out.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of focus on that CPI print, but I think overall people are just expecting inflation to just moderate. So it's still going to be high, but further signs of moderation. There's a lot of talk. I was chatting, who's right? The bond market, the stock market? Do you fight the Fed? Do you not? Seems like this market is fighting the Fed a bit, and so far we've only seen disappointment in that. So don't want it to get too ahead of itself.
Jeez.
But, Oliver, I also wanted to just point out an area that we're also seeing strength today, and that's in the travel stocks. We used to call them reopening stocks, but I guess we've been reopened for a while. I want to point out that Expedia is up 5% today. That's really a standout today, adding to its 2023 gains.
Working out to the upside.
An upgrade from Oppenheimer
to
outperform with a $120 price target. So that's about $20 higher than where it's currently trading. We're also seeing a move higher in United Airlines.
Is it actually going to break this time now that I took a short?
Those flights
Probably.
were grounded nationwide today, and airlines like United,
the
halt was lifted before 9 a.m., but airlines like United had warned it would cause continuous delays, but not impacting the stock today. It's up about 4%. And Barclays is adjusting its price target accordingly to the gains that it's been seeing. I should note that so far in 2023, it's up 26%. So Barclays still is an
like
equal
that
weight
rejection.
rating, but boosted its
I
price
like that.
target to $45 from $42. It's currently trading at $47.50. So
Keeping it
you know,
freaking flip there.
doesn't really
I
see
think.
upside
We'll
from
see.
here, but I guess playing a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, I
so
still
it's
have
quite a bit
BBY
lower than the
shares.
median
I
price
still have my
target at
short puts. Still have
51.
everything
So
on it.
definitely.
Yeah, you
seeing
guys
some
were all trying to have
strength
me
in the
sell
travel
cover
stocks
calls
today. But
yesterday.
yes,
I'm like, what?
tomorrow will be
It's a little early.
the big decision day in terms of what we think the Fed's going to do. And then, of course, as Kev
Today-
mentioned, bank earnings
today,
season,
yeah, you
and then
can do
more
some cover
earnings coming
calls.
out next week. We'll finally have some fundamental reasons maybe for this
This
market
thing
to
will
move.
probably settle down the rest of the week.
Okay, and those reopened travel companies, they are on that list of week-long moves that are looking pretty impressive.
No, I definitely am. I'm
And,
trying to get
to
recoup
some
some
extent, it
losses.
seems late in the day.
Stop
Kev,
talking to
we've
me on
got,
Discord.
you know, like a delayed effect because there's all that holiday travel happening, and now suddenly, you know, we're seeing them kind of break out a little bit.
No truth to the rumor, Oliver, that United Airlines is higher because Hinks is getting on a plane Friday morning. That has nothing to do with any of the strength in travel stocks. But what it is,
I closed this short. I don't know.
these stocks have had a bumpy ride the last 10 or 12 days, you know,
Seems like it's
between
supposed to
the last
squeeze.
10 days of the year, Oliver, and eventually they're going to get oversold. And remember, we've seen this before in the airlines. One of them has a bad run and the sector gets sold off, and then some of them start to pick up again. So, you know, here's one thing I know in my career about trading airlines, Oliver. They're volatile even under normal market situations. So when the markets get a little crazy,
Bet a high.
airline
I
stocks
kinda wanna hold it.
get incredibly volatile.
Okay. I appreciate it,
Close
guys.
it before CPI
Tomorrow's gonna be
tomorrow
fun.
morning.
And we'll see you then.
Hoping
Kevin
for a
Hinks,
bit of
Caroline
a
Woods. Let's talk some more about what to expect from the CPI figure in the morning with
bit of a
Marta
cool
Norton,
down
Chief
after
Investment
hours and
Officer of
pre-market.
America's Morningstar Investment Management. Marta, last week when we got, or last time I should say, that we got this figure, there was a bunch of volume trading beforehand.
night
People
hug.
were freaking out that the number leaked, and so we've got like another level of anxiety built into this. What are your thoughts ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, hi, Oliver. Good to be with you. You know, I think with a lot of these kind of inflation trades and interest rate trades, there's a lot of focus on the month-over-month prints. And obviously, we're looking at a trend where inflation has been moving lower, and that's been giving a sense of relief to investors. But I think the larger question that folks need to focus on over time is where inflation ends up. Certainly, some of the inflationary pressures have been coming off, and I think we can point to some of the supply chain easing that we've seen.
It looks like it wants
and some of the
to
energy
come up to
prices.
$3.95.
And so we would expect inflation to start coming down there. But the bigger question is, will we see inflation level out higher than what
It's
historical
just in no man's
has been
land
at, you know,
right here.
roughly
Like,
around 2%?
just
And what
nowhere.
does that mean for the long-term opportunities within
Broken through all
stocks and
resistances,
bonds?
but
And
just
so we're not necessarily looking month to
without any
month,
sort
but we
of
are
velocity.
considering that potential for a regime shift.
Is that regime shift going to be?
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. The decreasing volume looks like today will probably be less. The last 2 days, so last 4 days has been decreasing. That just shows this is potentially a bull trap. I want to start holding contracts longer term, but CPI tomorrow, so I'm gonna hold it. I like my entry.
We're thinking about kind of longer term, higher levels of inflation. So not just kind of for this year, but you kind of on an ongoing basis. And if you think about that and you think about higher levels of inflation and you think about higher levels of interest rates, that is contrary to what we've seen over many decades.
I wanted it to be closer to here for that head and
so
shoulders.
that would
It's
be,
kind of
in our
broken
view,
to the
maybe a
upside on it,
negative
but
sign for longer term return prospects. But that being said, we're not necessarily calling for a regime
Up and
shift. We
handle
want to just have it
incoming?
in mind as we invest. And on the positive side, valuations are far better at the start of this year than they were at the start of last year. And that's true for equities, but especially for fixed income. When you look at the yield cushion that's built in
Closed out here.
to
Coulda
bonds,
had
particularly
this
at the
whole
shorter end of
bit.
the curve. So
Crazy.
that is a positive, and I certainly want to have something positive to say as I talk about maybe a potential negative with rates and inflation.
Marta, right now, is there clear evidence that the consumers got enough power to carry this thing? It seems like that's kind of what we're relying on. There's not any real new stimulus that I know of, that I've heard of. Our policy analysts have told us there's a low appetite for stimulus
How old is this
in
girl?
the next
This lady?
year. So do we spend it all during the holidays, or we got some left in the tank?
I think that's a good question, because obviously the U.S. is a consumer-led economy.
It looks like
There's some negative signals in that. If you're looking at savings
very
rates, for example, it looks like consumers don't have
well-aged 40-year-old.
tons of dry powder. It looks like they're tapping into credit
If you squint,
quite a
she
bit.
could be like
So there is some negative signals
17.
in terms of where consumers are. So in the sense of does
Party?
that signal a
Look
potential
in the
recession?
market. Oh my gosh.
I think
it's
broadly
squeezing
speaking,
me.
if
All
we're
right,
looking
if you look at the
across
Party,
fundamentals,
chance.
the U.S. economy is relatively
Oh,
healthy,
30%.
but we are seeing a bit of a
Yeah, I
negative
wanted it to
trajectory,
hold this
which could
level up here,
spell
this 36.
recession, especially as we start to think longer
Definitely
term
de-hedging
about
here.
the long-term impact of the rate increases that we've already had, let alone
Definitely
some that may
some
still
profit-taking
come to
de-hedging
play.
down here, it looks like.
Where's a reasonable level for us to celebrate inflation defeat? Do we have to see it go all the way down to 2%, or can we start playing the party, if we break down through 5%?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I think it depends a bit on perspective. Now, it seems like what the market is expecting is kind of
the option chain is nothing,
V-shaped, upside down
nothing like
V-shaped
BBY at
recovery
least.
when it comes to inflation. So inflation peaks and quickly comes down and then levels out at 2% for for the ongoing future.
Yeah, not a whole lot for this
actually
week.
happens, I think that's a big question mark.
I haven't been watching
I think there
it.
are forces both pushing and
Looks like
pulling on
most of the
inflation.
volume that came
If we're
into it
thinking
was
about regime shift,
today.
we're thinking about inflation leveling out, say, at 4% or something
maybe that
along
was
those
sell
lines.
volume too.
We'd be thinking about less globalization, less favorable demographic trends.
Yeah, I was saying
And
earlier
while
today,
that would be certainly something to celebrate
party,
on a relative
I'd like to
basis
see it
where
hold this
inflation
level
is
if it's going to keep
today,
rallying.
It's certainly not
breaking
as
through
good
here
as
down to
it has been for many years at 2%.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it could,
the
but it might be
goals
some
they
time
talk
now.
about versus the goals that might satisfy. There's a little bit of a spread there, perhaps.
Be a bit of
But
a
right now, the big spread people are
consolidation or
talking
something
about
for a
is between the
bit.
market's expectations for cuts and the dot plot's lack thereof. And then there's like another tangential debate about whether or not the dot plot really matters. Where do you stand on that discussion?
I hear a lot of people point to history when they bring up this discussion, and they say it's safer to follow the market than it is to follow the Fed. The market has tended to be more accurate than the Fed, and I think a lot of times that it could be because the Fed blinks. It's unwilling to maybe serve up the pain that would come
This
with
melt up. Look at this volume though on this
against the market
breakout.
and moving rates higher and higher.
Pretty bullish.
It's an interesting question because I think Powell and the Federal Reserve more broadly has surprised over the past year. If I think about a lot of the conversation at the end of last year, it was kind of under the assumption that the Fed was pretty dovish and wouldn't really be willing to roll up its sleeves and engage in a real inflation fight. And at least in the short term, the Fed has proven that it is willing to fight back against inflation and surprise the market a bit in terms of how it's going to behave. And the Fed is again somewhat signaling that it's willing to watch the stock market and fight back if the stock market is getting too enthused before the Fed thinks the inflation fight is really over. So, I think if we're looking at history, we're going to believe the markets, and we certainly don't love to bet against consensus unless there's a very good reason to do so. Nevertheless, I think it's worth having a range, an expectation that things might not play out exactly the way the market expects, just given some of the surprises over the past year.
Great stuff, Mark. It's a fantastic conversation. Excellent preview for tomorrow. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thanks, Oliver.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be in touch throughout 2023 coming up. Let's check back in with Cynthia Murphy to start off the year talking some more ETFs and what's on top of her mind as we begin a fresh start here. Possible regime change, according to Martin Norton. All right, right now, some of the more obvious regime change has been in strengthened metals. Gold doing well, perhaps thanks to calm bond markets.
All right, it's 3:21. I need to do a little recap video. I am short, yes. Pray for that one. It's not accidental, but maybe when I close it, I'll accidentally go long, and that'll be good tomorrow morning. I don't know. We'll see. Whoa, AMV popping. Pop, pop, pop. Okay, thanks guys for tuning in. Thanks for subscribing. If you haven't, please do. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around. Thanks for your likes and your support, as always. Something just happened with AMV. Yeah, recap video in like an hour. Thanks, Cold Shower Correspondent, Bipolar, AC John, those that stuck around, Stevie, Ruthless, and for all you that weren't in here, suck it. Just kidding. Peace out.